Morning. Okay. Big day. Long road. And it will continue, but this week is important, and today is the start. You guys have been working really hard. Some are newer, some are older, but many thanks to be given. 885 days since April 18. 789 days since the review was announced. 76 days of hearings were those that were scheduled. Some canceled. 23 of you in here right now. Isn't that interesting? Please share. This is important for Canada's history. And it's important for us as human beings to stand up for one another. And, it doesn't take a lot. Just share on your Facebooks and on your Tweeters. How's everybody today? Morning, Sandy. Well, there'll be lawyers. There'll be maybe people. Tara will speak today. There'll be families' lawyers speaking today. Oh. Okay. Solvers Society. Good morning. They had little no choice. We need to hear what the families have to say. The most affected people. And even then, they're going to schedule things so that we just grind her. Morning. Good to have you here. Grampy's Garage. Grampy. Grandfathers are super awesome too. Families should have voice at the very beginning. They should have been in charge of the whole thing, frankly. Lawyers, be damned. Brenda, good morning. God bless the 23. MH, good morning. Good morning. Nikki Lewis, Lily Bomb, big day. Pioneer Driver, Strawberry Moochkin, Nosy Scotian, good morning. Sarah G, Trish Lunn, Cheryl Clark, NS44, sending strength to everybody. I guess we'll see. I don't know what's going on. Chris Lee. It'll be a surprise to me and you. Okay. Where are we at? I got a few minutes. A few people still rolling in. Please share. Please share. I mean, I don't know what they'll do, but excuse me. Okay. Couple things I came across I don't want to detract in any way. Actually, I'll leave that one for now. And Ivani's statement, I do want to touch on that. I think I may have read it before, but just to go over this piece again. There's been a question in many people's minds, right? There we go. Okay. When you said he, did she tell you who it was? Gabe. She just called him Gabe. She didn't say his last name or anything. But by then, we had already known that the suspect was Gabriel Wortman. Okay, are you convinced that it was Gabe only, as opposed to anyone else involved? Yeah, no, in your mind. Why would you cut him off? In your mind, did you have any inklings that there was somebody more than this person? I didn't. Okay. I had no belief that there was anyone else involved up until her coming out. I was suspicious that she might have been involved in the initial, but there was no reporting or indication that anybody had seen her shooting anybody or doing anything. The fact that she was unaccountable for, it was your best guess. It was she missing? Was she killed and burnt? Was she with him? Was it a double suicide? Like, did they both carry this out? That was unknown. And having the unknown prior to her telling, or prior to having having the neighbor call 911, that's where the suspicion came in. It was like, well, is she trying to draw us into this? Is it a ploy? Is this a ploy? Is it a tactic? You know, it could be anything. So that's where I'm going to stop you. Right. Yeah. Up until her coming out. So that's where I'm going to stop you. Affidavit? Darren Campbell? Between 11:40 and 45, RCMP members reported that they had heard more gunshots, encountered another house on fire. At about 11:55, a witness told RCMP members in Portapique that there might have been multiple shooters. Nobody said anything. No reporting or indication of her multiple shooters in an affidavit sworn by Darren Campbell. There's multiple appearances of this multiple shooter stuff too. Why would you shut somebody down that said that? You're supposed to then inquire, well, what made you think it wasn't? What changed your mind? Who was it that said that? Where is this statement from 11:55? I would like some brainstorming. You know, I want to obviously keep all of the focus over here, because that's what it's all about, right? But who said at 11:55 multiple shooters? Why has this not been probed any further? They shot the sheriff, but they didn't shoot his deputy. Donna, good morning. Thoughts going to all the family members today? Well, it's this week. I think it may be protracted. I'm not sure, but I know today obviously is one of them. Forever Chipper, good morning. Good morning, Tracy. Yeah, it says again. Slice Cube. Right.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes, and just a reminder to ensure
God
your
watch over
electronic
the lawyers,
devices
too.
are turned to silent mode.
Pray they do their level best to expose the corruption, which is only beginning to come out. Dan. Tommy Gunn. Linda M. Please share. Please share. Big day. Big day. Big day. The most affected day. Yeah, I think there's still more to come after today, but I'm not sure, but there may be. I don't know. But today for sure. And this is what Canada needs to hear. We all need to hear it. We need to hear the questions that families have, whether it's going through the lawyers or coming from themselves. We need to hear, because they're the ones that you run all kinds of shenanigans. Sharon, good morning. Good to see you. Justice is healing, I think. No? How are you doing? Caper, good morning. Running a little behind. Where's our timekeeper? Somebody want to keep time until Julia rolls along? Oh, I always have something else on the go, don't I? Since they're going to be late. Just want to see if you guys remember a quote that goes as follows. I think it's excerpted.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
2:00 this morning, it was playing in the background. And I've heard this quote before.
Bonjour,
pieces of it.
Bienvenue, hello and welcome. We join you from
crimes
Milwaukee, the
within
ancestral and
families are
unceded
severely
territory of the
underreported,
Mi'kmaq.
especially crimes
Please join
against
us in
children,
remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their
thus
families,
permitting an
including those
activity
here in Nova Scotia,
that will
across
increase
Canada,
harm.
and in the United
Does
States,
this sound familiar
and
to
all
anybody?
others affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia.
Including criminal harm against women and children and women, cannot be supported on the basis that harm can adequately be addressed through the enforcement of other laws. It simply cannot. Does that sound familiar? It really stands out in my head because as soon as it was playing in
Today
the
we
background,
begin our
it woke
final
me
week
right
of
up.
public proceedings.
And I've heard
Throughout
it
this week,
before.
we'll be hearing final oral submissions from participants. As you know, the
And I don't
participants have
think-
been an integral part of this inquiry from the very early stages in our process, providing feedback on the foundational documents, helping to identify material gaps, helping identify and question witnesses, contributing to roundtable and discussions, and providing regular oral and written submissions. We appreciate their commitment and look forward to hearing more of their perspectives on recommendations this week. Today, we will begin hearing from 3 different participant counsel representing family members and those most affected. Michael Scott will start followed by Josh Bryson and then Tara Miller. We will end the day with self-represented submission from Tara Long. And I think I need to make a correction there. I believe it's Ms. McCullough, perhaps, that is starting. It's all right. So Ms. McCullough, if you would, please start us off with submissions from your client.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sandra McCullough. I'm here with the firm of Patterson Law, and as you know, we represent a majority of those identified as having participant status as those most affected before this commission. Commissioners, I want to take a moment to identify specifically whose interests we advocate for during this public inquiry. Firstly, we represent the families of Greg Blair and Jamie Blair. Greg and Jamie were the apparent first to lose their lives to the perpetrator at approximately 10 p.m. on April 18, 2020. Their deaths were confirmed by the RCMP when the RCMP first arrived at the Blair house in or around 5:21 a.m. on April 19th, more than 7 hours after Jamie called 911 and was shot by the perpetrator, while she protected her and Greg's young children, who managed to survive and flee to seek help. It bears emphasizing, Commissioners, information that Jamie conveyed about the, quote, police car that was, quote, labeled RCMP during her 911 call. Our firm represents the family of Lisa McCullough. Lisa encountered the perpetrator at some point after emerging from her home, potentially between 10:13 and 10:16 p.m., while her young children remained in the home to be joined by Jamie and Greg's children. Not knowing the extent of Jamie, Greg, or Lisa's fates, the children had to shelter inside Lisa's home, exhibiting extraordinary calm and clarity while they assisted first responders during the more than 2 hours that they waited to be rescued. We represent the families of Frank Galenchin and Don Madsen. Frank and Don's encounter with the perpetrator appears to have happened shortly before 10:25 p.m., when Andrew and Kate McDonald saw a fire at Frank and Don's home and a, quote, police officer in their driveway, identified by them during their phone call to 911 seeking help. We don't know exactly what happened to Frank and Don, but we know that only minutes after, the perpetrator was driving away down Portapique Beach Road, past the area where RCMP members were arriving in the community in response to Jamie's 911 call. Our firm represents the families of John Zoll and Joanne Thomas. We do not know exactly what happened to John and Joanne either, but we know that they lost their lives and were in their home, which the perpetrator set ablaze. One thing we do know, however, is that as late as 10:26 p.m., Joanne was known to be communicating with friends via text message, and there was no indication that she or John were in any apparent distress at that time. We also represent the family of Corey Ellison. Corey was visiting his father, Portapique resident Richard Ellison. Corey appears to have been shot by the perpetrator at or around 10:40 p.m. while he was on Orchard Beach Road observing the fire, as the perpetrator apparently moved through the community again past Jamie and Greg's home and Lisa's home toward his exit. I pause for a moment to stress that the story of what unfolded in Portapique in April of 2020 is not complete without the acknowledgement of the loss of lives of fellow Portapique residents Aaron Tuck, Jolene Oliver, Emily Tuck, Peter Bond, and Joy Bond, whose counsel are here to speak on their behalf. The story that the Commission must fully consider also is not complete without consideration of those left behind in Portapique, those who survived the mass casualty event, a number of whom are also represented by our firm. We represent Clinton Ellison. He's the brother to Corey and son to Richard. Like Corey, Clinton was also unknowingly walking into danger as he went to search for Corey along Orchard Beach Road prior to finding Corey, walking that same stretch of road that the perpetrator traveled in within moments of one another, only to have to flee for his own life at the sight of an unidentified flashlight. Our firm also represents Mallory Colpitts and Darren Murphy, Darren being participant in this commission on behalf of his late brother, Bernie Murphy. Mallory and Bernie were residents of Portapique, two of several left uncontacted in the community overnight, unaware of the extraordinary violence committed by the perpetrator or any risk around them until the morning hours. Our firm represents Leon Jowdry. He's another such resident. He resided near to Jamie and Greg's home, and he was actually moving around in the community in the early morning hours, and he encountered the RCMP multiple times, but was told nothing of the risk to which he was exposed until early morning contact from the perpetrator's partner, Ms. Banfield. Our firm also represents Deborah Thibault, another resident of Portapique, who similarly had no alert of the violence happening in the community. You'll recall that it was Deborah's makeshift gate that the perpetrator drove through to escape Portapique by the east, while the RCMP organized their initial containment efforts entirely to the west of Portapique Beach Road. And of course, our firm represents Richard Ellison. Richard was left behind to hide in his home on Orchard Beach Drive overnight, knowing that there was a risk in the community, but not what, while awaiting information, any information about his sons, Corey and Clinton. Richard serves as an intense reminder of the violence that continued into the following day, beginning in the early morning hours at Hunter Road in Wentworth. Commissioners, our firm represents the families of Sean McLeod and Alana Jenkins. Sean and Alana's home was an apparent hideaway for the perpetrator, to which he traveled undetected from Debert. We also don't know exactly what happened to Sean and Alana prior to the perpetrator setting fire to their home, but I submit that it is important to acknowledge that we do know that in the early morning, Alana was having cell phone contact with a friend. Our firm also represents the family of Thomas Begley. During a morning walk, Tom appears to have approached Sean and Alana's home. Tom was shot and killed by the perpetrator near the entrance to Sean and Alana's home. And I just note that Tom's cell phone was on his person. Unnoticed, the RCMP not having located the perpetrator or warned anyone that he was at large, the perpetrator then carried on through Wentworth and beyond, first claiming the life of Lillian Campbell, whose counsel you will hear from soon. Our firm represents Carol Fisher and Adam Fisher. Their home was violated by the appearance of the perpetrator moments before 9:48 a.m., where he unsuccessfully tried to gain entrance. This appearance came after the perpetrator was sighted by Corporal Peterson, who radioed his sighting but drove away in the opposite direction for approximately 1.2 kilometers before turning around to try to find the perpetrator. We know that during the time it took for the RCMP to mobilize in response to Carol and Adam's 911 calls, including initially staging well away from Carol and Adam's driveway, the perpetrator was long gone and moving down Plains Road in Debert. Our firm represents the family of Kristen Beaton and her unborn child. Kristen was actively watching her cell phones for updates about the risk that the perpetrator presented to the public when she was blindsided by the perpetrator's approach, when he opportunistically pulled off Plains Road and took the lives of Kristen and her baby. Our firm represents the family of Heather O'Brien. Like Kristen, Heather was aware of unfolding events, driving where she believed she was a safe distance from harm. Pulled over on Plains Road, she heard gunshots while speaking to a friend on the phone, and Heather, in her final moments, expressed relief to her friend of an approaching police officer, only for her friend to bear witness by phone of the gunshots the perpetrator inflicted upon Heather. It was after Heather's death at 10:17 a.m. that the RCMP finally advised the public of the perpetrator's masquerade via social media. Alert Ready, the public alerting system, was not used, nor was it ever used that day to warn the public. The perpetrator carried on from Plains Road unobserved, and the chaos that followed, well apart from the perpetrator's actual location, events unfolded at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade in Onslow. As I've mentioned, we represent Richard Ellison. We also represent Greg Muse and Daryl Curry, Chief and Deputy Chief of the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade, and who assisted with setting up a comfort station for residents having to flee Portapique. All of Richard, Greg, and Daryl were inside of the fire hall when the premises, along with Constable Gagnon and David Westlake, were shot upon by Constables Brown and Melanson during their search for the perpetrator. Finally, Commissioners, we represent the family of Joey Weber. After traveling through a number of communities without accurate warning of the perpetrator's whereabouts to the public, the perpetrator committed further violence at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. Joey was shot by the perpetrator after being forced into the perpetrator's mock cruiser, where his body was left. I acknowledge that the loss of life suffered at Shubenacadie included the deaths of Constable Heidi Stevenson and Gina Goulet, both of whom have counsel to speak for them. Commissioners, by way of a rudimentary roadmap, I want to make clear it's not my intention to speak to more granular recommendations today. We will be addressing those in our written submissions to follow. We're here today more so to speak to the findings that our clients hope that you make, and the recommendations naturally to flow from them. I want to stress that my clients are not experts on how to fix what went wrong in and around April of 2020. They do, however, have expertise to help you identify what went wrong. So my clients use this opportunity to highlight what they submit are the critical takeaways from the evidence that we have heard during these proceedings, critical takeaways that they say must feature prominently in your final report in the form of findings and more specific recommendations. Some of these facts you will have heard from me already, and I'm going to speak a little more about the RCMP response in my comments that follow. Toward the end of my submissions, I want to touch upon some of the concerns that our clients have here today at the end of this process, in the hope that you will carry them with you and use them to inform your consideration of the evidentiary record and the conclusions that you produce. Again, you'll have noticed that within my introduction, I have scattered what our clients submit are critical facts relevant to their particular stories, which speak to key themes, what happened, why, and how themes, which our clients submit are begging for this Commission's attention. Themes which they submit this Commission cannot but identify as deficiencies in the RCMP, both its response in April of 2020 and its organization more broadly, that must be rectified in the future. Starting with issues apparent during the mass casualty event. In our phase 1 written submissions, which I know you will have read, we identified a great number of failings that our clients submit were present on part of the RCMP. Not failings attributable to a lack of funding, as I expect you're going to hear, but failings linked to the RCMP simply not being prepared for the challenge of the mass casualty event, causing it to deploy an inadequate response with tragic consequences. Lack of training is something that was apparent in the evidentiary records. Our clients decried the decision to send only a bare complement of members into Portapique in the early hours. They submit that that decision appears to have been rooted in the RCMP's fear of being ambushed or being involved in a blue-on-blue incident, which our clients submit is rooted in a lack of training and tools to mitigate against those fears. Training like familiarizing local members with the communities they service, or training like completing IARD exercises over longer periods of time and outside of a well-lit building, or training like prioritizing potential threats and addressing them more promptly. An example of which involved the diversion of resources away from Portapique into the community of 5 houses. In regards to a lack of tools, we submit that we've heard evidence about a lack of tools like modern GPS equipment, such as the TMR2 GPS option, not activated on existing RCMP devices in April of 2020, and other available safety and location equipment options that members have talked to you about during their evidence. Our clients continue to be left to wonder what could have been achieved if the RCMP had overcome even some of these barriers, whether the children might have been rescued sooner or even had accompaniment by an RCMP member while they waited for rescue, or whether the outcome for any of the victims in Portapique could have been different. We submit that there are a number of communication failures. Of course, communication won't be the first time I mention that word here today. But during the mass casualty event, there was a number of communication issues present within the RCMP. We submit that you've heard evidence of a disorganized command structure with orders coming from multiple sources. An example of that being Sergeant O'Brien, who was off duty, executing commands from home after being told not to. And we've heard evidence from members that spoke to confusion about who was in command. We submit that another example of communication failures relates to individual members, subordinate members who appear to have been making critical decisions independent of command, such as Corporal Peterson's decision to unilateral decision to opt to distance himself from the perpetrator before turning to pursue, or Constables Brown and Melanson, who independently opted to drive through Onslow in a hunt for the perpetrator, somehow with any apparent knowledge of the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Comfort Station and their fellow members' supervision of it. And then, of course, there's the example of a most critical communication error, not effectively sharing community knowledge about the existence of, quote, a road, kind of a road that someone could come out, to share Constable Colford's words. These are just some of the internal failures in communication that we submit are evident on the evidentiary record. We submit further that there are communication failures outside of the RCMP as well. The most egregious of this being the failure to provide accurate and meaningful warning to those in and around Portapique, not the least of which is the extraordinary misrepresentation in the warning provided to the public, which remained the ambiguous, quote, firearms complaint tweet until 8:02 in the morning on April 19th, 10 hours after Jamie and Greg were first shot. We submit that another area of deficiency in the RCMP's response during the mass casualty event related to the handling of intelligence. We submit that the evidence supports an inordinate amount of ball dropping occurred in respect of intelligence gathering and handling. I've already shared one such example with you of it failing to ensure critical information about a possible exit out of Portapique, but there are others. Another such example is the failure to catalog and retain critical information coming in. It doesn't appear to our clients that from the whole of the evidence that there was any infrastructure around the command structure to filter or where appropriate refilter information to identify gaps which were fillable. Commissioners, we submit that it's incomprehensible that Andrew and Kate McDonald were unknown to commanding members, that Staff Sergeant West assumed command hours after the event began, completely unaware of their interaction with the perpetrator. We submit that another example of a failure of gathering and handling intelligence relates to the investigative measures which were not taken. These include, as we've said before, a failure to follow up with the McDonalds or with the children as to the information they could provide in a timely manner or at all. But just as significant is the failure to not take the opportunity to learn anything possible from members of the community, to learn what they might be able to share to inform the RCMP about the situation and the risk at hand. Ironically, I'm talking about community members whom the RCMP could have simultaneously warned and potentially brought to safety, people like Bernie and Mallory, Leon, or Richard. There was an opportunity for an exchange of valuable information that should have happened and didn't, to everyone's detriment. I want to point out that these high-profile examples are not the only occasions where the RCMP failed to heed information from the public during the mass casualty event. There are examples of communication failures throughout in our client submissions, including more discrete examples, such as the RCMP waving off the citizen who tried to alert it that Joey's body was in the perpetrator's burning cruiser at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. Another inadequacy in the RCMP's response during the mass casualty event related to a failure to reuse resources or have resources available. We learned not only was air support unavailable, we learned that, in fact, the helicopter of the RCMP was more often than not off-duty sick. And it doesn't appear to our clients that there was any protocol in place for what to do when air support was off-duty sick. As we saw in Portapique, a scramble to make calls and search for alternatives. And we would identify that there was a host of problems with the eventual alternative that was secured from the Department of Natural Resources, including time of departure, no FLIR capability, and its inability to access encrypted radio channels effectively. Another technology-related resource related to mapping. It's our client's submission that it is plain that superior mapping options were not utilized. We learned about accessibility issues from members like Staff Sergeant McCullough. We learned about unfamiliarity of options from members like Staff Sergeant Carroll. We submit that in addition to failing to use superior options at the outset, the apparent reversion to paper or hand-drawn maps instead of reverting to a superior tool like pictometry only perpetuated the RCMP's mediocre understanding of the area. And in terms of technology, you will have heard our firm repeatedly make submissions about the poor choice to rely upon Twitter and the goodwill of social media users to spread the very inadequate messaging being distributed by the RCMP, and the critical failure to either use or have any reasonable awareness of the tool that the RCMP failed to put in its toolbox, Alert Ready. Beyond these technological resources and community resources, we submit that there is also evidence of the RCMP failing to take advantage of other emergency response resources. There's much that can be said in this area, but I would submit two significant pieces in today's summary. Firstly, it was deeply troubling to hear from EHS individuals who were on scene that they were uninformed about the full extent of what was happening and may well have watched the perpetrator exit the area without any awareness to advise the RCMP of what they might have seen. As a second point, and I appreciate that these are not uncomplicated issues, but it's deeply troubling that the Truro Police Service could have been informed of the perpetrator's easterly movement on April 19th and potentially could have assisted with preventing the perpetrator from passing the town of Truro, or at a minimum, established an informed or effective watch. But the RCMP didn't engage the Truro Police Service. It should not have escaped the Commission's notice that the RCMP it appears that they would not have even known that the perpetrator passed Truro and into Brookfield, but for Constable Dorrington's personal contacts. As a final high-level point about the inefficiency, the inadequacies of the RCMP's response in Portapique, I've put under the heading of tunnel vision. Our clients submit that it appears that the RCMP simply chose a most likely scenario based upon a disbelief of what the reality of the event was, in spite of what eyewitnesses were telling it. Key features of this tunnel vision included simply not believing that the perpetrator's vehicle could resemble their own cruisers, in spite of that being exactly what they were told right from the get-go by Jamie. Not making timely or any inquiries, in some instances, of eyewitnesses or community members who are obviously better positioned to know the truth about the perpetrator and the community. Apparently making assumptions about noises around them being indicative of the perpetrator's presence in the community, and the lack of popping or explosion sounds being suggestive that he was in the community and had taken his own life. Now, Commissioners, we've heard suggestions that the RCMP were alive to all possibilities, but we submit that that is contrasted with the evidence. There are discrete examples that call that suggestion into question, such as Mallory's account of the ERT having told her to just drive herself out of the community when she demanded to be extracted safely, or Leon, who moved about in the community without any meaningful warning at all. And perhaps the biggest example is the RCMP's failure to warn the public of the possibility of what was really going on, that a man had murdered many people, was not in custody, and could be, quote, anywhere in the province, according to the 8:04 a.m. BOLO distributed internally. From our client's perspective, Commissioners, these facts and other related facts in the evidentiary record make two things abundantly clear. One, our clients submit that the RCMP very clearly was not prepared for what happened in April of 2020. The organization had not readied itself and its members for such a large-scale event, and we observed a widespread inability to think outside the box with tragic consequences. Secondly, our clients submit that this overall failure in preparedness led to a host of basic mistakes. Mistakes like not seeking information from those best positioned to have it. Mistakes like not relaying information to one another effectively or at all. Mistakes like failing to accurately and effectively warn the public, and other basic mistakes. These aren't mistakes to be hidden behind a lack of funding or by viewing the event as a whole and calling it unprecedented. These are, in our client's view, basic mistakes which contributed to the unprecedented nature of the event. Our clients submit that the evidentiary record is riddled with the same kinds of inadequacies on part of the RCMP in particular, both after and prior to the mass casualty event. I'm going to start with after. We submit on behalf of our clients that there were inadequacies present in a variety of ways while the RCMP handled the aftermath of the mass casualty event, starting with communication to the public. The Commission itself identified through the evidence it gathered in the information through the information the Commission has gathered and compiled into its foundational documents, that the information shared with the public was not timely or accurate. We've heard evidence to make us wonder whether communication to the public was tainted by infighting, if not opportunistic motives and inappropriate interference by placing priority on reporting about issues with a political bent, the firearms, rather than simply reporting what the public needed to know. We also submit on behalf of our clients that the failure in communication present in the RCMP's after response is present in their refusal to acknowledge any shortcomings on part of their response. Perhaps the most difficult example to swallow is contemplating what happened at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade, which our clients submit can't possibly be considered textbook policing in any form of the word. Another area of inadequacies present after the mass casualty event relates to investigative matters. The examples I would provide are generally more discrete ones, including failing to collect evidence. As we know, there were bullet casings left behind in Heather's car and Gina Goulet's home. Another discrete example related to the causing unnecessary fear by contacting John and Joanne's family to inquire about the identity of a possible third set of remains, when a more thorough investigation would reveal that there were only two. Another investigative concern relates to the failure to remove Joey's remains from the mock cruiser before it was towed away into evidence. All of these discrete examples cast doubt for our clients about the level of care and attention given to those families and to the investigation as a whole. In relation to next of kin notifications, we recognize that not all families were dissatisfied with how they were treated, but the evidence does bear some distressing stories. Stories like waiting unnecessarily for confirmation of deaths that were all but certain, such as in the case of Patsy Bagley, who sat just a short distance away from the officers who were promptly informed of Tom's identity on scene. Waiting unnecessarily, such as in the case of Nick Beaton, who spent the day stonewalled in his search for information, only to finally be told about Kristen's death moment before an evening press conference. We've heard stories about families who have faced confrontation from members who refused to share the loved one's identity when asked, as was the experience of the O'Brien family, or waiting more than hours, but days for anything approaching confirmation of their loved one's deaths. Such was the experience of Ryan Farrington and his brother John, as they tried desperately to learn of what happened to Dawn and Frank. And I add as a sidebar, Ryan has shared his knowledge with you that a distant family member of Dawn and Frank's, who's a member of the RCMP, he's aware, was promptly informed. And then, of course, we have at least one example of people waiting for notifications that never came. I find it difficult to remind you that Corey's son, Connor, was never given a next of kin notification at all. Constable Bent, seemingly inexplicably unaware of Connor's existence for months. That brings me to the family liaison officer role. We submit that accountability here is twofold, with Constable Bent appearing to be undertrained and overwhelmed in that task, and Constable Bent apparently having no oversight or intervention in relation to his tasking as he carried it out. There are numerous examples of our clients feeling that they didn't get the information they needed when they needed it. Multiple clients still don't know what evidence the RCMP has in its possession that should be returned to them. Just one example. You've heard several stories of Constable Bent offering speculative information which could have no basis in fact, such as speaking to another family about his theory that John and Joanne were the first to be killed by the perpetrator, or that maybe Tom was found without his boots because possibly they flew off when he was shot, because sometimes that happens. Or maybe there was a relationship between Kristen and the perpetrator because we just never really know people. These sorts of speculative comments should never have been uttered by Constable Bent. And there are other, perhaps less jarring examples of the failure of the family liaison officer role, such as failing to align methods or modes of communication with the needs of the victims, such as amongst our clients group, an apparent reliance upon electronic communication when that wasn't accessible to all individuals. The inadequacy of the execution of this role we submit is apparent in the treatment that the RCMP deemed appropriate to properly serve Constable Stevenson's family. Our clients will tell you it was very painful for them to learn that Constable Stevenson's family was treated to 2 family liaison officers. And I want to be very clear, not a one has ever suggested that her family was over-supported, but their pain comes from the inequity in care and compassion extended to them by the RCMP as they struggled to get what they needed from a single, undertrained, and overwhelmed family liaison officer. I want to point out as well that the evidence supports that the survivors of the mass casualty event were largely neglected by the RCMP. You may recall a rather jarring moment in Constable Bent's testimony when he gave evidence that he had no idea who Daryl Curry was, who we would submit was the RCMP's own victim. By all available accounts, the majority of mere survivors of the mass casualty event didn't garner attention from the RCMP at all. You heard Daryl, Greg, and Richard's testimony, where they described being left with no assurance of their safety by the RCMP or any information that the event was gone, but for their own personal contacts. There's a similar experience with Carol and Adam, who are also left with nothing but the good graces of their friends and families to tell them that they were safe. And I want to stress that Carol and Adam's experience has the added layer of them hiding in their home for days, repeatedly calling the RCMP, begging for it to return to investigate their property to ensure it wasn't booby-trapped by the perpetrator, so that Carol and Adam were safe to leave their home. We submit that I could easily do an entire presentation on these sorts of after issues from the mass casualty event, but I want to take a few minutes to speak about prior to the mass casualty event and the inadequacies and deficiencies which our clients submit are present prior to what happened in April of 2020. To touch upon them at a very high level, we submit that the evidence substantiates numerous missed opportunities to properly investigate and build knowledge about the perpetrator prior to the mass casualty event. The perpetrator was no stranger to policing agencies, and there was other information available which should have been accessible to or accessed by the RCMP and given it pause. He was convicted for assault in 2001, assaulting a teenage boy. There was reports of the threat to his parents, reported by an uncle and repeated by his father, who also advised the perpetrator had firearms, a report that went virtually uninvestigated. There's the, quote, kill a cop bulletin, a report which flowed through the Truro Police Service to the Halifax Regional Police, and to the RCMP, where it fizzled into nothing. Then there's a report of Brenda Forbes, who provided a domestic violence report about which the RCMP also appears to have done nothing. And we submit that we heard very questionable evidence from Constable Maxwell suggesting that this was nothing more than a traffic-related issue, in spite of his notes being more consistent with the account given by Ms. Forbes. We have the irrational confrontation between the perpetrator and the Halifax Regional Police in February of 2020. And we also know that there are materials in the evidentiary record which identify the perpetrator as having been flagged by the Canadian Border Services Agency. And I would just reference smuggling and drugs as some of the words that appear in that report. None of these are petty matters, Commissioners. Our clients submit that all of this prior information, taken together and properly investigated, could well have revealed the perpetrator to be a person of concern. We submit that the RCMP, either directly or through its lack of accessing of other databases or lack of interoperability with other policing agencies, had the perpetrator on its radar, and yet this radar appears to have been turned off again and again. Whether this is because he was a wealthy white man who cleverly presented as pro-police and who enjoyed the special attention of an RCMP constable, or whether the RCMP or other policing enforcement agencies just didn't take the time to note and actually investigate these red flags. The result is the same. The perpetrator was subject to no real scrutiny at all and was left free to devastate our communities as he saw fit. Commissioners, I want to shift gears a little bit and start driving toward a conclusion. I want to take the time to express some of our clients' concerns about the integrity of the evidentiary record and the tone of the process more generally. And I bring these comments to you today so that we can ensure that you understand what our clients need to see at the outcome of the Commission's work. For all the evidence gathered, in which we have argued earlier today, we suggest is incontrovertible, you'll not be surprised to hear me reiterate concerns we have made before and our clients have made before about information we have not had the opportunity to know, more specifically in a complete and reliable manner. Our clients don't need to be told again that this process is not an adversarial trial like one, or that their role is not that of an adversary, but they submit that that does not negate the need for them to take all reasonable steps to ensure that the evidentiary record which underlies the Commission's work is reliable, and to get there, that it is verified and tested. In this instance, numerous documents have been entered into evidence without being verified by witnesses. Countless interviews have formed part of the evidentiary record, with the exception of a few statements or excerpts occasionally put to witness. They haven't been adopted under oath by witnesses. On the basis of avoiding doing harm and providing the best conditions under which to receive evidence, the testing of evidence by participants has been blocked in critical cases, such as Staff Sergeant Rahill, Sergeant O'Brien, and Lisa Banfield. And we submit that there are also instances of the Commission declining to pursue evidentiary opportunities, such as rectifying what could be an integral discrepancy, as in the case of Reginald J., or such as where we have questioned whether the Commission has explored areas fully enough in the first instance, such as the relationship that each of the Tuck, Oliver, and Bond families had with a particular community member. Other loose ends about which it is unclear if the Commission is intending to tie up, such as pursuing further accounts of the disputed April 28th teleconference, or actively taking steps to determine the fate of the mysteriously missing audio recording of that same meeting. These are loose ends which cause our clients some concern. Our clients certainly recognize that decisions have been made, and it is too late for some of the pieces of the evidentiary record to be handled differently. In particular, what they submit is the incomplete and untested evidence from Staff Sergeant Rahill, Sergeant O'Brien, and Lisa Banfield. But I repeat these comments to you today because to the extent that the integrity of the evidentiary record can be bolstered on a go-forward basis, or that its weaknesses can be addressed in the Commission's final report, We trust that the Commission will hear our clients' concerns and take all appropriate steps to address these weaknesses in the evidentiary record in its final report. I want to speak for a moment about some of the revelations that have come to light recently about the Department of Justice of Canada and how it has handled its contribution to the Commission, which has deeply concerned our clients. Perhaps most openly discussed is the issue of the apparent miscommunication with Chief Superintendent Leather, that according to him, he was advised not to be proactive with the Commission regarding phone calls and emails leading up to the April 28th meeting teleconference with Commissioner Lucky, or his interview in support of the review which produced the Quintet report. Our clients can't but wonder if someone as senior as Chief Superintendent Leather was advised not to volunteer information, who else might have been? And they submit that there's every reason to be concerned that someone with less seniority and job security would feel able to inform the Commission of what they felt was an omission, like Chief Superintendent Leather did. We learned quite recently about redactions having been completed to the notes of Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan without his involvement or his input, such that he couldn't speak to them during his live testimony before the Commission. And our clients are left to wonder, if one witness was not consulted in the redaction of information that they produced, how many others might there be? What information might witnesses think they've shared with the Commission that their counsel has actually redacted? On that note, there are concerns about the content of redactions too. There was the example of the Quintet report where redactions were completed in excess. Now, we thank the Commission for openly addressing this issue, which appears to now be resolved with respect to that particular document, but our clients are left wondering, where else may there be redactions that were over-applied that may not be readily apparent to a participant or even the Commission? There's also concerns about the timeliness and completeness of disclosure, such as the significant examples of the disclosure of additional handwritten notes of Commissioner Bergerman late at night in the middle of her long planned testimony before the Commission, and the late disclosure of emails with Commissioner Lucky, again, only shortly before her testimony after she had been interviewed by the Commission. These occasions give our clients reason to question how thoroughly the Department of Justice of Canada pursued its disclosure obligations. There's also the recent revelation of the Commission's request for an RCMP organizational chart, which was raised by yourself, Commissioner Stanton. You advised it was something that had been sought for some time, which Commissioner Lucky expressed surprise you didn't have, which she said existed in one form or another for some time. To the extent that these examples call into question the Department of Justice of Canada's efforts at providing full and complete disclosure, this is obvious concerns for the Commission's ability to do its work effectively. Our clients remain deeply concerned about the Commission being wound up with these sorts of loose ends remaining. And to the extent that the Commission cannot resolve them before its work is complete, our clients strongly hope that any evidentiary weaknesses created by the perceived or actual lack of transparency and completeness of the disclosure by the Department of Justice of Canada is openly addressed in your final report. Finally, Commissioners, beyond these more tangible concerns about the evidentiary process, as you know, a number of our clients have felt that their faith in the process has been shaken by feeling marginalized and devalued at various stages of the Commission's work. You may not share those feelings, but it is important to my clients that I ensure that you hear their concerns today. For many, faith in this process is dwindling, if not lost. And if they are to restore that faith and find themselves able to have confidence in the final report of the Commission, they need to know that they've been heard. From our clients' perspective, they feel that opportunities to participate have not always been appropriate as mandated, such as the decision to block their questioning of witnesses by their counsel, or to refuse questioning of witnesses in public proceedings at all, such as in the case of Corporal Peterson. Some families feel that they've been given a one-size-fits-all approach to their participation, to how they share their knowledge and experiences with the Commission. You'll recall their hearty rejection of the proposed small group session format in June of this year. It's not lost on our clients that this was later replaced with yet another one-size-fits-all option. The irony in that is everything the Commission has heard about needing to understand victims as individuals with individual circumstances and individual needs. Yet our clients feel the Commission has not afforded them this. With respect to individual clients, some of them have similarly felt disregarded by the Commission. Bernie passed away in December of this year. Not one expression of interest in hearing from him was received by our legal team. In Mallory's case, we had to urge the Commissioner to interview her a few months ago. It is difficult for clients who had to ask to be heard to feel like the Commission truly values their experience, particularly in light of the numerous other community members the Commission has invited into its public proceedings to effectively speak for people like Bernie and Mallory, which they never asked for. You'll have also heard concerns, Commissioner, about the amount of time spent on Phase 2 related matters. And we've spoken about this in our written submission, conveying our client's view that in a number of instances, the Commission has gone far afield in its exploration of those issues. Now, of course, our clients understand there's a mandate and that there's issues included in there that you didn't choose, that you don't have the luxury of choosing which of them you're interested in exploring. But our clients submit that the Commission did, however, have the luxury of choosing how they explore those issues. And it's in this context that our clients feel the Commission went too deep into the recesses of various issues, giving this platform to other interest groups to advocate for their own priorities. Some topics, of course, were completely relevant. For example, the time learning about what a public alerting system is, how it can and should be implemented, was obviously time well spent. But in other instances, the discussions simply were too far gone. It's difficult for me to explain to my clients how engaging in discussions about child poverty and experiences of non-heteronormative individuals in rural communities can improve the particular weaknesses in our policing agencies and our broader society that potentially enable this mass casualty to happen. And my clients submit that they're not alone in their concern for the Commission's veering off course, as has been seen in public commentary, including from professionals and academics such as Professors Wayne McKay and Professor Ritushny. Perhaps it's not a coincidence that on the same day as the Rurality and Community Wellbeing Roundtable that I just mentioned, that Professor Ritushny spoke of his assessment of the Commission, expressing that sometimes you get the feeling that this is some kind of academic fairyland. Now, whether you agree with Professor Ritushny or not, or any of us do, we submit that the Commission cannot but take notice of the fact that these respected scholars felt the need to express critique of this Commission's path, which is consistent with our clients' feelings. Let me be very clear, Commissioners, lest there be any a misunderstanding of my intentions. Neither me, my firm, nor my clients are diminishing the value of any of the conversations that have taken place here. The problem that our clients are submitting is that they didn't all have a place here. And these conversations occupied space that should have been spent on things like gathering other evidence. Finally, Commissioners, a number of our clients have expressed the concern that they feel that they've been treated like children, that decisions have been made for them about what dignity they or their loved ones should have or not have, or what will be too harmful for them, or that they've been counseled directly or through their lawyers about their behavior, sometimes even before proceedings occurred. This treatment has been deeply offensive to a number of our clients who feel that the trauma-informed lens has not been applied to them with the same care as other participants. It's not been lost on our clients that criticism levied against them hasn't been addressed by the Commission. And I offer the specific example of what the O'Brien family argues is the maligning of them by the National Police Federation. When the O'Brien family publicly shared the Fitbit data it had in its dismay that the Commission had seemingly ignored it. Nothing about the O'Brien family statement crossed any lines, yet the Commission appears to have done nothing about the impropriety of the allegations thrown at this family by the National Police Federation. It's also of concern for our clients. In at least one critical incident, the Commission appears to them to have created a breeding ground for public critique of our clients. And that example is the Commission's handling of Ms. Banfield, by which it declined to provide any meaningful explanation for why she would be isolated from questioning by participants, leaving it only as a vague statement of it being the most effective way to gather Ms. Banfield's best evidence. Our clients submit that that smacked of distrust of the intentions of either our clients or their counsel or both, and that was picked up by others. We heard that criticism as recently as last week when our client's interest in learning all that Ms. Banfield could provide was implied as misguided, is in the realm of victim blaming and forcing victims to recount and have every single trauma-related detail aligning with maybe a previous report to the police, as was discussed during Ms. Fafield's presentation on behalf of the Avalon Sexual Assault Center. And you will not have missed the public commentary of Ms. Banfield's counsel, James Lockyer, I'm sure, who complimented the Commission's ambiguous decision and inexplicably labeled our clients as having only conspiracy theorist goals comparable to the type that have arisen in response to mass casualty events south of the border, which we don't need in Nova Scotia. For anyone, least of all the Toronto lawyer engaged to speak for a witness intensely protected by this commission, to apparently feel that the process has given him license to compare our clients and their search for answers to groups like Sandy Hook deniers is disgusting. Our clients have only ever pressed the Commission to engage Ms. Banfield as a witness and allow participants the ability to fully explore and test her evidence, consistent with basic principles of procedural fairness. And our clients feel that for the Commission to manage her evidence in such a way as to make our clients appear untrustworthy or irrational in their search for answers was a failure to afford our clients the same care and respect as Ms. Banfield, and that her interests were protected at the expense of theirs. Commissioners, I've highlighted our clients' concerns because while it's too late for some things, the Commission still has time to consider its focus and approach in time for a comprehensive final report, one which, to the fullest extent possible, honors our clients, their lost loved ones, and their continued suffering, and ensure that positive change comes from the heavy hard work that has been done here. Commissioners, now is not the time to shy away from assigning accountability for the fear that it might have the appearance of blame. Now is not the time to liken doing one's best with doing everything that could have and ought to have been done. Our clients deserve a frank and honest assessment of what went wrong prior to, during, and after the mass casualty event, one that is not clouded by academic discussions about issues that don't really get to the bottom of what happened or that don't clearly identify what we need to do to prevent the thing that happened from happening again. We urge you, Commissioners, to keep those you have designated most affected at the forefront of your minds as you work toward your conclusions and recommendations. I can't but note that we're here on the 20th of the month. It's by sheer coincidence that we're not here on the 19th of the month. We're here speaking to you during that span of days that serves as a painful monthly reminder of the days that changed our clients' lives forever. But the fact that our clients have turned out in droves can't have escaped your notice. In spite of feeling disenfranchised and disappointed with decisions of the Commission, our clients are still here to ensure that this Commission does the work that they fought for it to do. They continue to show up and urge this Commission to make the hard findings and make the hard recommendations to achieve the public safety that we all deserve, regardless of who may be affronted by them, whether that's the RCMP or anyone else. Commissioners, our clients may not get more from the RCMP than isolated acknowledgements, like Leah Scanlon's recognition that upon reflection, communications weren't adequate, or Chief Superintendent Campbell's brave apology for, quote, failing you, and his assurance that, quote, we'll do better. Our clients may not get more from the RCMP, Commissioners, but they can get better from this Commission. We respectfully submit that the Commission must follow Chief Superintendent Campbell's lead and call a spade when it comes to the mistakes made and the changes the RCMP must make going forward, and design recommendations accordingly. And those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. McCullough, and thank you to your clients as well for their presence here today. Mr. Bryson, I believe, is next. Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Josh Bryson. I'm here with my colleague Aaron Wagner. We represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond, and we mostly deal with there's two sons, Harry and Corey Bond. So there's 5 areas I wish to cover today. The first being identification of critical incidents. Second is IR training and response. Third, perimeter containment and scene security. Fourth, next of kin notification. And finally, the perpetrator's history. All sections will have some recommendations that I'll further flesh out in my written submissions. So starting with the identification of critical incidents, the OCC and in particular, the risk manager have the responsibility of identifying an event as a critical incident. And we have 2 documents in relativity that speak to that. That's COM 64611, that's a document from J Division in the context of critical incidents, and also from National Headquarters. We have another document. Both define critical incidents as an event or a series of events which by their scope and nature require a specialized and coordinated tactical response. The UK College of Policing takes a more holistic approach and defines a critical incident as any incident where the effectiveness of the police response is likely to have a significant impact on the confidence of the victim, their family, and or the community. And I'm drawing this from the literature by Lawrence Allison in her publication. It's COM 58377. There's other authors as well. It's imagining grim stories to reduce redundant deliberations and critical incident decision making. This approach properly places value on the efficacy of the police response and the public's confidence in their police force when dealing with critical incidents. I'm going to revisit this when I address recommendations in this section. So it appears to be a broader focus than simply police deciding, are we unnecessarily dispatching resources when faced with a critical incident? You must engage in a more holistic approach, I'm suggesting, and consider additional variables. The OCC did address some changes, and their response does appear to be designed and aimed towards critical incidents. There's several documents, COM 62294 and COM 63180. There's 47 changes to operations. However, the changes appear to be mostly designed to assist after an event is identified as a critical incident. Not all, but that appears to be the lens by which these changes were made to OCC. The gap that I see is the policy and training that results in that initial determination of whether something is a critical incident or not. When you receive that 911 call at 10:01 p.m., do you have the grounds to then treat it at that point as a critical incident? And that's what I wish to flesh out. So in this particular case, we know in this tragedy at 10:43 p.m. on April 18th, Risk Manager Rahill broadcast on the Colchester comms that Danco was activating ERT and the Critical Incident Command. That's at 10:43. So I'm just going to digress for a moment on that chain of command. So improvements have been made, but in this particular, during this tragedy, the chain of command was unwieldy. In order to even activate the critical incident package, you had to go from Rahill, Halliday, West, Campbell. That's 4 layers of hierarchy that you had to travel through to get the critical incident package initiated, which is completely unacceptable. And that continues too, when you look at, like, for example, we had Deputy Commissioner Brennan testifying, and he was asked, what, if any, role do you play during a mass casualty event? And his response, well, he assesses if the division requires any additional resources. In order for that request to be made to Brennan, for example, and in this case, we had to go through Rahill, Halliday, West, Campbell, Leather, Bergerman, and Brennan. Brennan's not finding out about this mass casualty until after the death of Constable Stevenson, so at roughly 10:50 a.m. So 7 layers of bureaucracy in order to engage with National Headquarters to be advised if they require resources or not. So how is that a meaningful involvement of National Headquarters in a mass casualty like this when you have to go through 7 layers of hierarchy to see if your H division requires resources? That's something I request to be addressed and has to change. It's not responsive, it's not timely. This is almost 13 hours after this mass casualty began, and this is when Deputy Commissioner Brennan is being engaged. So back to the deployment of the critical incident package. So at 10:46 p.m., West contacts Superintendent Campbell to authorize the critical incident package. Commander West testified before this commission. Commission Counsel Burrell asked West, so you had no problem suggesting that this met the criteria for the critical incident package? He replied, yes. He is then asked, and was that on the basis of one call? He replied, yes. And that's at COM 58603, page 24. And that does appear to be true for West, as we know that he didn't even know about the Andrew and Kate McDonald interaction that occurred at the roadside when he was agreeing to activate the critical incident package. He was missing that key detail. So he basically drew from the first phone call. It appears that the first phone call formed the basis for why the critical incident package was initiated. Superintendent Campbell also testified before this commission that the initial 10:01 p.m. 911 call met the threshold for the critical incident package to be engaged at that time. And that's at page 131 of Campbell's testimony. So if the grounds existed to initiate and treat this as a critical incident response as of 10:03, why wait until 10:46 to initiate the critical incident response? That's a 43-minute delay. This issue is very important for future mass casualties, as police are very likely to be notified about the unfolding mass casualty by way of a 911 call from an unknown third party who provides hearsay information. That's what happened in Moncton. It was a 911 call. The call taker has no idea as to credibility or the veracity of the information. So this intake is vitally important to get right. And that's where I'm suggesting that training and revision of policy can take place. The information has to be analyzed quickly and a determination made as to whether it's a critical incident. If it is, don't wait. And that paper I'm going to get into talks about redundant deliberation, where you're basically spinning your wheels. We call it procrastination. You're not really furthering your knowledge base. Time is passing, nothing's happening. Seconds matter, as we know. In the 45 minutes it took to activate this critical incident package, 13 people in Portapique were deceased already. If we look at Ms. Blair's 10:01 911 call, she's calling as a first-hand witness. She describes her husband being shot. He's down. She identifies the neighbor as the shooter, identifies him as a male, and that he's a denturist. She says she saw him coming up on her deck with a firearm. Ms. Blair provides her address. She confirms her cell phone number. She's clearly, genuinely, extremely afraid. There's crying and the call ends with screaming. Police run some checks. They look at pros. There's nothing on the pros to suggest that this is an individual with a history of mischief or a history of providing false statements to police. Police ping the cell phone and it pings to the address Ms. Blair provided to 911. And this is confirmed in the Colchester comms. Police also obtain subscriber information for the cell phone, which comes back to Jamie Blair. So all of this should provide some circumstantial markers of reliability. You have identity of both victim, subject of complaint. You have an address that makes sense in the context of the complaint. You have a cell phone number that's tied to the address, and the caller comes across as genuinely afraid. There is absolutely no basis to believe that the caller may not be telling the truth in this instance. If you accept what Ms. Blair is telling you, the situation is dire and her life is at stake and the life of others. In this case, the information describes a critical incident. Ms. Blair gives you everything you need and the information appears to be credible. There's no reason to speculate that it's a mental health call, that perhaps there's another member that's involved, or redundantly deliberate on the nature of what you're dealing with. Analytically assess the information that you have, corroborate what pieces you can, and it may be able to stand on its own. In this case, I submit that it could stand on its own. And in this case, even if some caution was warranted, we have the follow-up call at 10:16. This is a second caller. This is the child that's calling now, saying that their parents were just killed, referencing a fire and also referencing a cop car. So this is by 10:16. So now we have two different callers describing a critical incident, and the critical incident response is not yet initiated. And also in regards to that call, the arriving members by 10:22, 10:23 are on the comm saying, we can see fires. That corroborates the child's phone call at 10:16. ID this as a critical incident, don't wait. In the article, Imagining Grim Stories to Reduce Redundant Deliberation and Critical Incident Decision-Making, its authors, psychologists and criminologists, note that a persistent criticism leveled at some or all emergency services during response to these critical incidents are a failure to act in time or even act at all. 2 studies are cited for this reference. Redundant deliberation, they define it as it's a pathological overthinking a choice between difficult options. It occurs when there's no standard operating procedure and is intensified by the fact that decision makers are not exposed enough to these events to build a repository of expert knowledge. It's described as the single most damaging decision-making failure. And we didn't just see it here with the critical incident activation. We saw it with Twitter, the inexplicable delays in issuing that 1017 tweet. The redundant deliberation is leading to a failing to act in time or at all. It causes, and the authors note, reputational damage to the individual decision maker and their organization, and further catastrophic loss of life. It may not even be a conscious choice by the decision maker, and perhaps this applies to the Ready Alert as well. There were discussions at around 10, 11 o'clock on the 19th, but there were still redundant deliberations by the RCMP withholding and not issuing that Ready Alert. Some may suggest that the definition of the critical incident, or that the incident is in fact a critical incident, doesn't matter. They may suggest, well, police responded to the scene as fast as they could to deal with it. But that omits the fact that these delays cause a delay to the tactical response, but it also causes general duty members to take a wait-and-see approach, which we can see in the Colchester comms and also the Cumberland comms. So, for example, Corporal Jameson at 10:06 p.m., this is just minutes after the Miss Blair call ended, says, once you guys have an idea of what you have, just let us know, and Millbrook will assist with whatever we can do. The offer was not accepted at that time. At 10:24, Corporal Jameson again states, do you want us to start heading that way? We can look for the vehicle or help you guys out there. Response, we're probably, actually, I'm really close. We'll just stand by there right now. And we're going to approach here in a second, and we'll go from there. So why isn't the risk manager who has command and control of this operation dealing with these available resources? We've heard about resources was an issue during this past casualty. There's many examples of available resources just waiting to do something. Constable Grunt later on, when he wants to form a 3-person IR team and enter Port-a-Pic. It was all wait. The resources on hand were not being used. And if they were used, it was too late. The members wanted to help immediately. There was no command and control of all available resources. And another example is the Cumberland RCMP at 10:37 on the comms. Cumberland does not appear to be formally engaged. On the comms, it reads, when you guys get clear of that, you may want to make your way to at least the border, referring to the Cumberland-Colchester County line. The fact that this wasn't determined to be a critical incident as soon as reasonably practicable caused delays in deploying available resources to the scene, both at the general duty member level and also by the tactical teams. Superintendent Campbell testified, you're asking me about best practice. It's all hands on deck, especially when you have an active shooter. So every gun, every member should have been in the hunt to stop them. We recommend that OCC consider their policies and training that leads to defining an event as a critical incident. What events require corroboration by attending members and what events don't? And if the caller describes a critical incident, are there circumstantial markers of a reliability with the information provided? Some of the details you can corroborate forthwith, such as a person with no history of committing crimes of dishonesty. They're not trying to remain anonymous. They don't sound impaired. They come across as genuine. and they're expressing a firsthand account as a witness. That seems to have reasonable markers of reliability, information that you can accept and initiate the critical incident response. At a high level, examine the core principles in dealing with a critical incident. Perhaps reflect a more fulsome understanding as to what these responses mean to the community as per the UK policing definition of critical incidents, which defines a critical incident as any incident where the effectiveness of the police response is likely to have a significant impact on the confidence of the victim, their family, and or the community. Recognize that the only drawback here is not simply unnecessarily dispatching resources. There's other costs as well. Recognize the intrinsic value in your community having confidence in you and embed that into your analysis of whether to classify an event as a critical incident. So there are my comments with respect to OCC. In regards to IARD, we've heard from members of the RCMP about their actions during the mass casualty. We haven't heard much evidence about the best practices in a situation such as this. So we heard from Baselt, Patton, and Merchant, three of the first four members on scene. They formed an IARD team. They indicated that it was in accordance to their training. We do have some training materials and more actually that were just uploaded last night. Operational Manual Chapter 1610 is the policy regarding immediate action rapid deployment. It defines it as the swift and immediate deployment of law enforcement resources to an ongoing life-threatening situation, where delayed deployment could otherwise result in grievous bodily harm and or death to innocent persons. The policy is not meant to be a comprehensive guide for members to follow, but provides high-level guidance to members. At Section 3, for example, such as gathering information and continually assessing the situation. Section 3.13, immediate deployment of resources to stop the active threat. We heard from the IARD team during the witness panel on March 28th that they themselves made the decision to proceed into the community on foot in pursuit of an active shooter due to other incidents such as Moncton, New Brunswick, Spiritwood, Saskatchewan, where officers were shot in their vehicles. They had encountered Kate and Andrew McDonald upon arrival and were advised at that time that the perpetrator was mobile in a police vehicle, but decided to pursue the perpetrator on foot. And it was excruciating for them. They testified that they covered over 10 kilometers by virtue of this decision. They also testified that they had over 70 pounds of gear with them at the time. They testified that there was no ability for them to be tracked by GPS, and they couldn't track other members moving throughout the community. They had no night vision, FLIR, and it was dark. They also had to make the decision at various points in the evening to continue to search for the perpetrator in accordance with IARD principles and checking on the 4 children sheltering in place. And we now know, based on the materials that have been disclosed, that it is planned to actually have more than one team enter into and respond to a critical incident. You can have more than one contact team. You can have multiple contact teams. And you're also trained, based on the materials we've seen in Relativity, to have rescue teams. Also, at one point, the IR team encountered who they believed to be the suspect. It turned out to be Clinton Ellison with a flashlight. The IR team members yelled, "Is there anybody else in here with us? Identify yourself right now." Mr. Ellison then proceeded into the woods. IR ceased their pursuit of him, testifying that it would be suicide to do so, as they could have been ambushed by going into the woods. And as defined in Section 1.9 of the RCMP Operational Manual, the priority during an IARD is to stop the active threat. At 11:21:18 p.m., 18 seconds p.m., Sergeant O'Brien denied the entry of a second IARD team out of concern for crossfire. And that's at COM 3806, line 833. Respectfully, he was not in a decision to make that call. He was not at OCC. He was off duty. He had consumed 4 to 5 drinks of alcohol. The evidence is suggesting that he felt that he wasn't impaired. Other members of the RCMP state that they don't have concerns because of the evidence that he wasn't impaired. From a layperson's perspective, that sounds respectfully preposterous. If I showed up here today and told you I had 4 to 5 drinks of alcohol before giving my submissions, you'd have grave concern. Commissioner McDonald, if I appeared in your court after I'd consuming 4 to 5 drinks of alcohol, you'd be concerned. Commissioner Fitch, if I reported to you when you were police chief and with 4 to 5 drinks of alcohol within the last 4 hours, how is that not a common sense determination that Sergeant O'Brien should not have been on the comms? There was concern expressed by members about his involvement. I don't recall which IARD member, but we played the recording during the Portapic foundational document, and the response was after Sergeant O'Brien had again chimed into the comms, the response was, "We know, Andy." In other words, the tone was, "Can you please lay off? You continue to interject here with things that aren't helping us." This decision should have been made by the risk properly informed. The person in charge of command and control should have been made by the risk manager, who had the most situational awareness of the other commanding officers that were jumping into this fray. So at the time of Sergeant O'Brien's denial, the location of the perpetrator was unknown. The members in Portapic continued to hear bangs. They could not decipher. The Blair and McCullough children continued to be sheltering in place. They reported hearing sounds. It is clear that on the ground, this appeared to be an ongoing active threat that required an IARD response. Section 1.4 of the RCMP manual states, to maximize public safety, the member should consider backup from other trained resources based on a continuous risk assessment. Officer safety is essential to public safety. In addition, Section 3.15 states, immediately deploy available resources to stop the active threat in accordance with Section 1.9 and IARD training. And again, as I said, prior to Sergeant O'Brien's denial, Constable Grund had inquired about sending in a second IARD team and advised that there were 3 members who could have formed an IARD team to enter into the community. Constable Dorrington also testified that he was prepared. He disagreed. He was brave to testify and state that he disagreed with this decision to deny entry to a second team. He was prepared to go in as a team. We also have an affidavit that's been uploaded to Relativity. It's the affidavit of Scott Warnica. I don't recall the highest level he reached with the RCMP. He had roughly 30 years of policing. He may have been a commanding officer, but he talks about IARD. And in regards to sending in multiple teams, he states, and this is found at COM 54270. First 3 people go in as a team. It depends, but as people show up, the person that's actually looking after the scene can either send in a second team to, in this context, it was a building, to the other end of the building, or say, no, wait until we hear more shots. The follow-up question was, how many teams can you have go in? Is there a number? Answer, there is no number until you run out of members. But I mean, you don't want to send in 4 teams or maybe even 2 teams into a small school. Then you're creating a crossfire situation, like in a school, for instance. You're coming at one end of a hallway with another member coming at another end. And here, there was no reason why a second team could not proceed down Orchard Beach. You have one team going down Portapic, send another team into Orchard Beach. That seemed to be, had the tools been used, pictometry, any sort of mapping tool, you could see that those routes do not intersect. What was the risk of crossfire by taking that approach? At least consenting to a rescue team to go in, to rescue those children. It doesn't appear as if IARD training it doesn't appear that IARD training has been assessed in light of this mass casualty. IARD training was addressed in the McNeil report. Recommendation 6.4 states that immediate action rapid deployment training be adapted to include various environments. as well as decision-making, planning, communication, asset management, and supervision components to ensure members work through constant risk assessments and then operational communication center training and coordination response to high-risk incidents should be conducted at the same time as IARD. We do have an affidavit of an inspector with the RCMP. It's dated August 11th, 2022. It outlines some of the changes to IARD since the McNeil report, and that's outlined at paragraphs 90 to 94. There were changes to make IARD mandatory. There were changes in 2017 to have indoor and outdoor IARD training. In 2020, I don't believe we have policy on it, but we have an indication that training was again updated to specifically address IARD room entries and clearing. This is at page 94. IARD rescues, and a half-day IARD refresher course was added to the block training 2020 program to ensure members' IARD skills would be maintained, as IARD is a one-time only course. There's no evidence to suggest that this is reflective of the lessons learned from this particular mass casualty. It's recommended that IARD training be updated to reflect the lessons learned. It can include components such as nighttime IARD training. I see no record that nighttime IARD training is now in place. The only reference I see to nighttime training is IRT's nighttime training with air support. There's no mention of IARD being included in this nighttime training. The training should also reflect the realities of what equipment the division has. Right now, it's understood that each division, each detachment has one pair of night vision goggles. So presumably night training would be without this tool. Training should definitely include rural settings that are heavily wooded. Training should consider when it's appropriate to send in multiple teams and who makes that call. Training should address whether it's appropriate to proceed into a large rural area on foot or be mobile. There are areas to be assessed. Run tabletop exercises at depot or during IARD training, using Portapique as an example. If IARD hasn't evolved since this mass casualty, it's concerning. And what role does the risk manager play in making these decisions? If we look at Inspector Rodier's description of the risk manager program, this is in a description dated September 7th, 2021. It indicates that the risk manager will immediately take command and control over the situation, deploy resources, direct the response. They will call in or redeploy resources to allow for an increased response. They will make final decisions on when members are called out to a scene. They will make operational decisions in regards to whom and how many, if any, members are called out. If the risk manager is to have a role to play with IARD, I suggest it was lacking in this particular case. So there are my comments with respect to IARD. I wish to touch on general scene security. When Commissioner Lucky was testifying, I had pointed to several prior inquiries, reports that had recommended that general scene security be analyzed by the RCMP. And unfortunately, and as of the McNeil tragedy, that had not occurred to the extent that members were aware of scene security and that the policies were put in place. And again, in 2020, in this mass casualty, we have the issues we've spoke about the potential crime scenes in Portapique efforts not being made to discover those potential crime scenes, and specifically Cobequid Court. So given the history of the prior inquiries, prior reviews, it's quite baffling to the Bond family that no one turned their mind to securing all potential crime scenes within Portapique. Throughout these proceedings, we heard from members of the RCMP that concerns with interoperability played a role in deciding not to deploy or rely on municipal policing agencies. Scene containment and a proper and timely canvassing of all residents in Portapique is one area that would pose very little issue for interoperability. On July 28, 2022, Leather testified that he did not see risk associated to what was just described to him, namely, would there be interoperability concerns with asking Truro Police to canvass Portapique? There were no concerns with that expressed by Chief Superintendent Leather. The RCMP did not rely on their municipal colleagues to assist with this task, which resulted in delays. Where resources are finite, and we've heard about finite resources throughout, there has to be partnering with municipal agencies, but it has to be ingrained in the culture. If you don't have the members on with you, if you don't have the resources on hand, it should be second nature to reach out to your partnering agencies for the greater good, for public safety. On April 18th and 19th, Nova Scotians didn't care who was protecting them, as long as there was someone protecting them and keeping them safe. The fact that potential crime scenes were unsecured is also clear from the fact that we don't have intercontainment on April 19th within Portapique. COM 53537 is a photo I received from a journalist that I disclosed to this commission. It's a journalist that was able to drive down Brown Loop Road and onto Blueberry Field Road at 2:04 p.m. on April 19th without issue. So this is very troubling. At this point, the Oliver Tuck scenes, the Bond scenes were not secure. Other homes were not canvassed, and individuals are able to drive right into Portapique and get us, and before this person ended up just turning around on their own, but to get and drive down to Blueberry Field Road. Several commanding officers testified that they did not turn their mind to scene security, which is absolutely astounding. That came from Sergeant O'Brien. Sergeant Carroll also seemed to struggle with that. He didn't see the need to take further steps and make canvassing and securing potential crime scenes as a priority. The RCMP does have a scene security policy. It's COM 39856. It's dated April 23rd, 2014. It speaks to this. It speaks to the fact that potential crime scenes must be secured. It doesn't appear that this policy has been formally updated since this date, although Deputy Commissioner Brennan did indicate that some changes to scene security have been implemented, and that's at page 50 of his examination. Sorry, my papers are getting a bit disheveled here. I'll just find it. States that things that we learned obviously from the examination of the mass shooting in Nova Scotia, engagement in terms of putting specialized resources on the scene, the scenes that needed to be looked after, ensuring we had resources from our forensic identification section, specialists to go in there under that crime scene security, utilizing members, reaching out to the province and saying, are there other peace officer resources that we could possibly draw on to do crime scene security at the known sites so that we can deploy our operational members into the investigation. So he gives these as examples of lessons learned from this mass casualty. So given the existence of policy in April 2020, it's not simply whether the policy has to be updated, but it's ensuring that your commanding officers understand your own general scene security policy. The existing policy appears to be sufficient, at least to address the issues of immediacy in containing possible scenes. So training is the shortfall that I see, commissioners, in this regard. And in regards to Commissioner Brennan's testimony, I did not come across any sort of written record of what the changes were, just his evidence. So that may be helpful for the commissioners to receive, to help consider what, if any, changes should be made and to address further gaps. They're my comments with respect to scene security. Next of kin notification is the next area I wish to address. So in regards to the Bond family, there was a suggestion in the material that received that a next of kin notification in regards to the Bond family went out on April 19th. And I wish to say that that is completely inaccurate. And I'd like to spend a bit of time fleshing that out. So I've come across 2 recorded phone calls to police by the Bond family, despite their evidence that they made numerous calls. So the first call we have is the 10:41 a.m. April 19th call from Corey Bond. That's COM 2886. That's a call to OCC. Quote, parents, this is what the messenger reports. Parents Peter and Joy Bond live in Portapique, and he cannot get a hold of them. That's at 10:41 a.m. on April 19th. That call was never returned. The next call is noted as COM 4517, page 6. It's an email from Michelle Williams, detachment assistant, on April 20th. It's dated 9:05 a.m. It says, Harry Bond called. He's worried about his parents, hasn't heard anything, and plans to drive down shortly. Harry and his brother did in fact drive down. And it wasn't until the afternoon that he knew his parents were deceased. Harry provided a statement to the commission. It said that one of the worst parts of this, besides losing his parents, was the not knowing and the fact that he had to drive to Portapique with his brother, with some other family members, which is a 2.5-hour round trip by the time he picks up his brother and arrives in Portapique. Now, the evidence of this call from April 19th comes from Corporal Rose Berthiaume, but he's equivocal in his statement. It's COM 57748. At one point he states, I believe I spoke with either the Tucks or the Bonds. I believe it may have been Harry Bond, and he recounts a conversation where he confirmed that 2 people were deceased, but that ID was not confirmed. And respectfully, I believe Corporal Rose Berthiaume is confused on some details. He may have spoke to Harry midday on April 20th, as Harry does recall receiving information when he's entering Portapique that there were 2 deceased persons found in his residence, but that identity was not confirmed. There was no call on April 19th. And if we look at Corporal Berthiaume's notes, he notes that he did speak with Crystal Mendiak at 11:30. That's in regards to the Oliver Tuck family. And that's what his notes indicate. He does not have the same notation in regards to a next of kin for the Bonds in his handwritten notes. He has Harry's name in his notes, along with other contact names for some of the other families, but his notes do not disclose a next of kin to the Bond family. And most importantly, Harry Bond would remember receiving this information on April 19th, obviously, that his parents were deceased. He wouldn't be calling Truro the next day, and he certainly wouldn't be driving the next day with his brother and other family members to get to Portapique. So the issue we've identified with respect to next of kin are timeliness. RCMP had a record of Corey Bond's call the morning of April 19th at 10:41 a.m. Unfortunately, it was not returned. There was nothing done in regard to that particular phone call. It wasn't even cited as a reason why they went down Cobequid Court ultimately and found the Bonds at 4:46 and the Oliver Tuck family at 4:50. So the concern, and I addressed this in questioning, so the RCMP are holding press conferences. They're identifying loss of life. They're extending condolences and visits they've made to one family in particular, when the Bonds don't even have a next of kin notification from the RCMP as to what they're still looking for details in regards to their family. And this is on April 19th. After this press conference was several hours after the Bond family were discovered. Timeliness, that has to be a priority. The second issue is the manner in which next of kins are delivered. It's not safe or appropriate to have it go on this long. You have to anticipate that family members are then going to embark on a several-hour road trip, engage in this type of effort to figure out what happened to their family. The next of kin notification should be properly tasked, coordinated, and efforts to deliver the notification should be made immediately, especially before press briefings are given. That serves to identify some victims and some measures, some references made to console, properly so, console victims, of course, but please do so in a manner that respects all families. And The final section I have is the prior dealings between the police and the perpetrator. So we are concerned with the RCMP's prior knowledge, with police agencies' prior knowledge of the perpetrator. We've heard through witnesses with the Mass Casualty Commission and through testimony during the public proceedings that there were at least 3 complaints made. Ms. McCullough spoke to them, the 2010, 2011, 2013. The 2010 was when the perpetrator's uncle Glenn complained to the Kodiak RCMP that the perpetrator intended to travel to Moncton, New Brunswick to kill his parents. This 2010 incident is outlined in detail in the foundational document, Violence in the Perpetrator's Family of Origin. I actually won't repeat the facts here. I think we're all largely familiar with the facts of that particular incident. So this report outlining the original complaint was shared with HRP and the Bible Hill RCMP detachment. Sergeant Poirier of the Halifax Regional Police attended the residence of the perpetrator and Ms. Banfield's residence in Dartmouth. It was noted that there was a possibility that the perpetrator was in possession of long-barreled weapons. When Sergeant Poirier attended the residence, he was advised by Lisa Banfield that there were no weapons in the house, but she would neither admit nor deny the threats against his parents, is my understanding. Ms. Banfield testified on July 15th. Before this commission, she told Sergeant Poirier that there were no weapons in the home, despite knowing that the perpetrator had a handgun in the nightstand. HRP took carriage of the file, since the phone call originated in their jurisdiction, and the Bible Hill detachment was advised that they did not need to check on the perpetrator's cottage in Portapique. At 4:41 a.m. on June 2nd, 2010, a record was added to HRP's database advising that the perpetrator may be of interest to Halifax Firearms Police. Sergeant Poirier checked the Canadian Firearms Registry online, confirmed that the perpetrator did not have a license to acquire or possess firearms and did not have any registered firearms. A few days later, Sergeant Poirier spoke to the perpetrator on the phone, was advised that he had a pellet rifle, 2 antique muskets. They were not operable. Ms. Banfield testified that Constable Wiley, a friend of the perpetrator, attended their cottage in Portapique in response to this complaint. Sergeant Poirier's notes state that he contacted Constable Wiley to inquire whether the perpetrator possessed any firearms. Ms. Banfield independently testified that she was present when Constable Wiley attended the cottage and recalled the perpetrator advising Constable Wiley that he had musket and a gun above the fireplace filled with wax as a decoration. She also testified that she did not see Constable Wiley conduct an independent search. She did not speak to him separately either. We also heard from Constable Wiley on September 6th. He did not recall attending the perpetrator's cottage for the purpose of speaking to the perpetrator about this. However, in fact, Constable Wiley had no recollection of ever addressing this. I submit that we have 2 different people giving, so we have Ms. Banfield, we have Sergeant Poirier giving 2 independent recollections of the matter. They corroborate each other. Constable Wiley's involvement, what he says is his involvement, I question. I'm not suggesting it's a deliberate effort to deceive. I don't know what the intention is, but what I'm suggesting is that the 2 versions you have that corroborate each other, I believe, are the best versions, given their independence from each other. Constable Wiley's evidence in this regard is not reliable. We then have the 2011 bulletin. We also have the complaint made by Ms. Forbes. We heard from both Ms. Forbes, Constable Wiley in regards to this. Constable Maxwell testified that he visited the perpetrator's residence to make, essentially, I guess, to make observations to see if he could observe this offense being committed firsthand. And then following that, it was important to him that he contact the perpetrator to advise him that this complaint was made against him. Constable Maxwell testified that he did not catch him committing an offense. So essentially, there was nothing for the RCMP to do. And I submit respectfully, that's not the standard in policing. That's not the only type of evidence we use to charge, prosecute people, firsthand accounts of officers. The courts every day have cases based on witness observations and witness testimony. Constable Maxwell's notes are limited, but do contain the names Glenn Wortman, Richard Ellison, and Lisa. He could not recall why they were there, but was adamant that the complaint was about the perpetrator's driving. He also noted that the complaint involved, in fact, a decommissioned police vehicle. But Ms. Banfield testified that the perpetrator did not own any decommissioned police vehicles until after this incident. The discrepancy in Ms. Forbes' recollection of the complaint and Constable Maxwell's is concerning, especially since the officer's notes are so limited and contain names of individuals that Ms. Forbes says was involved, names that she would have provided. This is another incident where the perpetrator was reported to police, but I submit that police took insufficient action to investigate the reports by Ms. Forbes. And even if you accept Constable Wiley's version, it was still insufficient. There was a drive-by, and that was it. Nothing further was done. No efforts were made to contact any of the witnesses. The recommendation that I have in this regard, and this could be very broad, but it's in regards to ensuring that a proper investigation be completed. So I'm going to flesh that out a little more in my written submissions, including making sure you have contact with the victim of the complaint and ensure that you're following up with witness statements. In each of these incidents, we have clear information that the perpetrator was possibly violent and possibly in possession of firearms reported to police. It's been argued that because the RCMP and other police agencies did not have sufficient grounds to obtain a warrant on these occasions, then it's unreasonable to suggest that the risk the perpetrator posed was knowable or that law enforcement could have averted subsequent events. We respectfully disagree with that assertion. A search warrant is a gold standard. A search warrant can be why you conduct an investigation. That's the fruits of your labor as a search warrant. There's many other methods to conduct an investigation, most of which don't start with a search warrant. Caution statements of the perpetrator, canvassing for witnesses, if the matter permits, surveillance. There's many other methods before an investigation may elevate to that of a search warrant that were not employed here. So the fact that there weren't grounds for a search warrant, I submit, is not an excuse for the actions or inaction taken here. And then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if you're improperly investigating the file and closing it on that basis, of course it's going to be caught by your retention, your file retention to your policy. There's nothing to retain. The retention policy is not a bar here. We have to go further and behind that to say, well, let's look at the matters originally and why weren't they investigated? Had they been properly investigated, perhaps there would have been charges. Perhaps there would have been other content that would have formed part of a permanent file. We don't know. At a minimum, this investigation could have generated further information for police when they were responding to the April 18th mass casualty, when they heard the name from Ms. Blair, when they heard the name from the Blair and McCullough children, and also Andrew McDonald.
Okay. Oh, whatever was said, they didn't like that. Wow. Oh my. I got kicked out of the stream too. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Can't hear anything. Everything froze on my computer all of a sudden. Then it lets me, I have to log back in to the streaming program. And it's toilet bowling. No. This is live. This is live. They shut it down. Anybody else can quick check somebody? This is live. See? Live. Okay. Yep. Oh, this better make the fucking news. This better make the news. They should absolutely have a royal commission into this shit. And into the whole MCC, IMT, H Strong 2, all of it. It's down. They shut it down. Everybody's checking. No, they don't shut the goop down. It says on break. Yeah, it says for me live. And it wasn't just the MCC. It wasn't just the how do you do this there? It wasn't just the MCC. I got kicked out of my stream. That's why I disappeared for a moment there. And my computer froze. I'm like, oh no. I thought, oh, okay. That's happened before. I didn't get kicked out before, but my computer froze a couple of times. You guys remember that? Oh, this is fucking right fucked. Well, time for the tweeters. Nothing to hide, MCC. Nothing to hide. I'm going to go back and actually watch and record that on my stream. Watch the stream. Fucking bastards. On break. Whatever, they're on break. He was in the middle of a sentence, wasn't he? I don't know. They fucking booted me out. So I have no idea. Did he finish? What were they talking about? I don't know. Josh was halfway talking and got the toilet bowl. Okay, and I got the toilet bowl. Well, I got the boosh from the stream. I've never been kicked out of the stream in this process. I had one other very spooky incident, but that's for another day. And it lasted days. DDoS shit. He said 10-minute break. He was talking about the 3 911 calls. Well, how come some people are saying, were you guys watching before the boosh happened on my end? So you guys watched, you were watching on something else? I didn't hear anyone say break. Was that on the MC? Was somebody else watching on the MCC? And it's saying not live. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So you saw him say, like, finish out whatever he was talking about, and then it said, okay, we're going to take a break now? Truth? Yes, he finished. Okay. So I guess it was just on my end? Right. Of course, because I have such a shitty computer and such shitty internet. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what was said, so now I'm screwed. $10-minute break. Okay. So can we get? There was discussion of 3 911 calls. We never ever have gotten the Lisa McCullough phone call to 911, and that was Donna Wilston, forgetting her name, who took the call. Lawyers tried to get the call. Okay, you're there. Okay. You're there live, Cindy? Okay, so was it playing on the MCC website? Was somebody watching that, or the CPACs, or whatever? Or did it go down on the internet and just the people who were there? Got to see the rest of it. And this business about buying into they've got to quit with that. That's total bullshit, man. About Brenda. They're lawyers. They went to law school. I didn't go to law school. I grew up in fucking all lawyers, but you certainly know what hearsay is. It's junk. That witness is totally unreliable. And you're going to attack Maxwell versus that. Come on. Really puts supporting that puts their credibility in a whole different light. I don't like to go after people, but honestly. So he was talking and cut this video. Just this video? Or was it was anybody watching CPAC? I'm terrible at phrasing things sometimes. Was anybody watching CPAC, or what I guess people watch CPAC or the MCC website? also. Do we have anybody who's watching them simultaneously on two different streams? The MCC cut, okay. The MCC cut? Is that fucking outrageous? I have a few seconds delay. Yeah, but Cindy, you're there, so I'm talking about the internet. Was it just this stream, or did they cut it on the internet? You heard McDonald say break? Okay, something's really fishy. I don't know why I get a delay. Why am I getting a delay? Other people don't get a delay? Fuck. They've used so much hearsay evidence in this thing, it's ridiculous. Royal inquest. I think people need to start pounding the pavement for a royal commission on this one. I don't know how that exactly all works. I don't know if one can be done now. I don't see why not. I mean, Christ, if we're going to spend $100 million, might as well go again. This isn't about money. "94% of you say there should be a royal commission. 52 votes. That's, I think a lot of people are pissed. Why would LGC? They did not appear to cut it, just a break to announce that they will. So why? Yeah, exactly. And I got kicked out of StreamYards. It's not something on my end, because that's two different things entirely. Two different one's obviously a browser. The browser was toileting, and I simultaneously got booted from my streaming software. So something funky went on. But my internet didn't go down. While he was talking about the phone calls, they have a delay out of the MCC. The mixed person took the deed back live by mistake. Don't quite same as our Q talk show way back. Okay, I'm not quite following that, but you had the same problem? Are you streaming too, gamer? Meaning break was up and card on screen before MCC mix person threw the delay back on. Okay, but why would that kick me out of StreamYards? Which it did. I may not be super technical, but I'm not totally stupid either. There's not a logical explanation for that because this or whatever that there, right, is a window on my screen, right? And StreamYards is something entirely different. That's the streaming software I use to stream stuff onto YouTube. An internet hiccup. But my internet.
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Whatever. I'm gonna have to fucking now. I don't even know. I guess these 3 911 calls. So the guy is also playing around with the video and the delay. Why is there a delay? And I've talked to family members about this. They've cut shit out that we all don't know about because they're fucking delay. You know, like the radio delay in case somebody swears or something. I just wonder if there's something there that was there's something there that he asked about. He didn't talk about the bodies being moved. I mean, why not? There's all kinds of evidence of it. They talked about the Blueberry Field Road and the journalists, but the journalists actually got into Portapique and took pictures. They didn't mention that part. Pictures which I was aware of. I think I know the journalist, one of them. And when I asked for the pictures, because I became aware of them, they never talked to me again. I always found.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Welcome back. Ms. Miller, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, 100%. Well, they were shutting families down. There's a lot of things we've missed where families have said things.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tara Miller, as you know, and with my colleague, Alex Tagu, we represent a family member of Kristen Beaton, and that family member is Beverly Beaton, her mother-in-law. April 18th and 19th, 2020 will forever be marked in Nova Scotia by the devastating loss of 23 lives. The lives lost included Kristen Beaton and her unborn child, who were murdered at 10 a.m. on Sunday, April the 19th. Their deaths will forever impact Kristen's entire family, her husband, son, brother, sister, father, and other mother, our client, Beverly Beaton. The deaths of 22 people and baby Beaton came at the hands of a monster. When such evil reigns, we turn to those trusted with public safety to protect us. However, in this case, a cascade of failures, errors, and missteps by the RCMP fundamentally impacted the trust Nova Scotians have in the RCMP to maintain public safety. We now have a deeper understanding of the circumstances which unfolded over the 13 hours from 10 p.m. on April the 18th to 11:30 a.m. on April 19th, and the years that passed before that time. We also have a more robust understanding of how the RCMP's response played an unfortunate but very tangible role in the devastating losses suffered during the mass casualty and in its aftermath, as family members navigated the unimaginable loss of their loved ones. Our submissions today will address 5 topics, some of which had a direct impact on the untimely and preventable deaths of Kristen and others. And those topics will be RCMP accountability, 2, communication failures, particularly addressing 2 sub-issues, one relating to the gathering and sharing of critical information, and secondly, with respect to the Alert Ready system. Thirdly, resource issues, specifically relating to pictometry. 4th, police education. And 5th and finally, post-event support for family members. While our submissions on these issues and others could certainly take hours, to make the most of our time this morning, we'll focus on specific examples from the evidence in each of these areas, followed by suggested recommendations for consideration by the commissioners. Our written submissions will contain further detail and recommendations that we don't have time to canvass today. So I'll move first to RCMP accountability. It's clear the RCMP's organizational structure and culture played a significant role in the outcome events on April 18th and 19th. Critical to restoring confidence for Nova Scotians and all Canadians will be to ensure that not only meaningful recommendations are made, but that the RCMP are held to account to swiftly and purposefully action those recommendations to protect Canadians in the future. This is a concern shared by RCMP members themselves. Corporal Tim Mills was the ERT team leader on April 18th and 19th. A seasoned RCMP member with over 29 years of service, including ERT response in the Mayor Thorpe and Moncton tragedies, Corporal Mills expressed poignant concerns about a perceived futility that recommendations stemming from this inquiry will not result in change. His quote from his evidence on May 16th, "So Moncton was somewhat similar, but not to the scale of this, and things never got rectified that were identified in the McNeil decision, and that's where my frustration was voiced. In my belief, nothing will change after this either. So you might get a couple little changes out of it. I was an ERT member during Mayor Thorpe, and seeing all those recommendations, hardly seen any changes. I worked Moncton and seen all the recommendations, hardly seen anything. So my belief in what will come in this after the fact, and if it will be followed up, follow up with recommendations, I don't have a big belief in that." We share Corporal Mills' concerns that recommendations flowing from this inquiry will not be actioned or implemented. The evidence supports a reasonable conclusion that recommendations flowing from a variety of past RCMP reviews, reports, inquiries, and investigations have had challenges with implementation and execution. We anticipate the Department of Justice will likely argue recommendations are dutifully implemented following reviews and inquiries. In reality, and in keeping with the evidence, this only appears to be the case on paper in many cases. Instead, many RCMP members responding to the mass casualty were unaware of relevant recommendations and/or the public safety background relating to them. This is notwithstanding evidence from RCMP senior management that recommendations are viewed as part of ongoing learning, with requirement for members to read the reports. Additionally, some reports themselves directly state, "This is not a one-time read or nice to have. It's the very core of frontline policing in today's environment." I'm going to review 2 examples, Commissioners, directly applicable to the mass casualty events that relate to decision-making with communications and road checkpoints and prior recommendations and reports. Notwithstanding several other possible examples, we highlight these 2 specific examples as, had they been implemented, it's reasonable to conclude that they would have had a direct impact on minimizing lives lost and the outcome of the mass casualty. I'll start with the issue of communication and decision-making. While there will always be a chain of command, members operating within that chain and within their roles should be given autonomy for decision-making during critical incidents where seconds are precious to avoid the loss of life. That autonomy is consistent with the 2015 C3 Command, Control, and Communications Response and Planning Guide, which was developed by Atlantic Crops officers in the fall of 2015, based on best practices and lessons learned from major police incidents throughout North America. Then Nova Scotia Crops Officer Chief Superintendent Marlene Snowman was one of the 4 authors of the guide. Her Nova Scotia successor was, of course, Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, who took over in 2019. We heard that he had no knowledge of this guide until after the mass casualty, when it was brought to his attention in 2021 as a result of production requirements for the MCC. The guide is predicated on a principle of C3 leadership, the basis of which is receiving information, making timely, decisive decisions, and communicating these decisions as direction to those entrusted to carry out the action, as well as receiving feedback about that action. C3 is less consultative than other forms of leadership, simply because urgency of action often does not permit consultation. Chief Superintendent Leather's evidence agreed that C3 leadership would absolutely have applied to the mass casualty event. The bureaucracy of the RCMP seems to serve to encumber independent decision-making, as was evident on April 18th and 19th, when multiple people were required and involved in the decision-making process, which translated into a blurred and, quite frankly, confusing command structure for members and the public. No more poignant example of this was the evidence around the drafting and dissemination of the critical tweet with details of the perpetrator's car, which was posted to Twitter at 10:17 a.m. The creation and dissemination of this tweet involved tasking, delegation, input, drafting, and approval between 7 people over a 2+ hour period. The evidence overwhelmingly supports the conclusion that Kristen Beaton, aware of the Portapique shootings, was actively following the situation and taking steps to ensure she, her family, and her work colleagues were aware and safe. Shortly before 9 a.m. on April 19th, she posted information on a Facebook website linking an RCMP Twitter page. By 9:37, she was aware of the perpetrator's name, had a picture of him, and knew that he was the RCMP suspect in the Portapique shootings. Kristen was sitting in her car on Plains Road in Debert while she searched online and through social media for additional information on the perpetrator and his whereabouts. What she was not aware of and did not find on social media was that the perpetrator was driving an RCMP vehicle which was identifiable by a specific call sign behind the rear passenger window, and that he was likely wearing an RCMP uniform. The information Kristen was seeking to protect herself with had been in the hands of the RCMP since approximately 7:15 to 7:27. That's what the evidence shows. By 8 a.m., direction had been given by Staff Sergeants Halliday and McCallum to communicate the details of the decommissioned police vehicle and RCMP uniform use to the public because of how important it was. By 9:40 a.m., a communication team member had drafted the tweet and sent it to Staff Sergeant McCallum for approval. When she did not hear from him, she forwarded it to Staff Sergeant Halliday at 9:45 a.m. for ASA approval, which she received by 9:49 a.m. However, instead of posting the tweet at this point, she sought a further level of approval from Leah Scanlon. This approval came 28 minutes later at 10:17. In the intervening time period, Kristen Beaton and Heather O'Brien were murdered by the perpetrator shortly after 10 a.m. The amount of time it took to draft the tweet after Staff Sergeant Halliday's initial direction was inordinate, over an hour and 40 minutes. However, once approval was given, the 28-minute delay in posting it was as a result of the communication team member seeking additional approval on an already approved tweet because of an assumed rule of thumb requiring more approval for bigger events. The communication member's evidence was that while this rule was not based on any written policy or procedure, it was a rule. a rule that wasn't written down, but a rule that was understood, and as she stated, and that was definitely something I understood while I worked there, was that if the higher profile the incident, the more approval was required. And there was no way I was going to send that tweet without her, Leah Scanlon, knowing what I was doing. This process, commissioners, during a critical incident is unacceptable. Every second is crucial to avoid loss of life. In this case, it's more than reasonable to assume that has this tweet gone out in a timelier fashion, those who were actively using their computers and phones to search for information, like Kristen, would have been empowered to protect themselves and survive. Chief Superintendent Leather agreed the significant delay in sending this critical tweet, occasioned by the communications members understanding that she had to seek an additional level of approval, was an example of where the C3 leadership model should have prevailed to remove unnecessary levels of approval. He knew this, but the member did not. We need to make sure that this does not happen in future critical incident events. I'll move now to my second example, dealing with checkpoints. The establishment of roadblocks and checkpoints during the mass casualty was, at best, reactive, and in some cases, too late. We heard evidence that responsibility for establishing checkpoints during a critical incident was that of the critical incident commander. The evidence of the critical incident commander on duty that night confirmed that the purpose of checkpoints was to monitor entry and exit points of major transportation routes, of where a suspect may be going, and to monitor traffic looking for a suspect's vehicle. At 2:20 a.m. on April 19th, it was known the perpetrator had family in New Brunswick and had threatened to kill them prior. It was also known that the perpetrator had a home in Dartmouth. HRPD were tasked to establish a perimeter around the Dartmouth residence. A checkpoint had been established at the Cobequid Pass. By 6:44 a.m., Lisa Banfield advised ERT members of an express intention by the perpetrator to kill her sister who lived in Dartmouth. While steps were taken to ensure Ms. Banfield's sister was removed from her home, nothing was done to establish a checkpoint at the Truro-Bible Hill Highway intersection, where the perpetrator would have had to have traveled to move from northern Nova Scotia towards Halifax. Staff Sergeant West, the critical incident commander, acknowledged that this was an intersection that could have been covered with an officer in a mobile unit dispatched to monitor that entry-exit point. Finally, at 9:42 a.m., RCMP were aware of a suspicious RCMP vehicle near the scene of a deceased female in Wentworth, Lillian Campbell, which, quote, left to head to Truro. Again, no steps were taken to action a checkpoint at the Truro-Bible Hill intersection. Instead, all available RCMP members were directed to the Plains Road area with no direction or thought to monitor an entry and exit point on a major transportation route that was known to be a route the perpetrator would have to travel. The end result, as we know, was that just before 10:15 a.m., the perpetrator drove, unnoticed, in a marked police car through an obvious and predictable point on a transportation route, which had been known about since at least 2:20 a.m. in the morning and could easily have been monitored by a checkpoint. While it seems like a checkpoint at this location should have been obvious, the failure to action such a checkpoint was even more egregious in light of a recommendation flowing from the 2014 McNeil Review. As we know, the McNeil Review stemmed from a mobile shooter event in Moncton in June of 2014. The detailed report contained many recommendations, including 3.6, which stated, where it does not already exist, each division should establish a policy and protocol through an emergency operational plan to identify entry-exit points and major transportation routes that should be alerted and monitored in the event of a relevant crisis. In January of 2020, 4 months before the mass casualty event, the RCMP provided an update on the status of the McNeil recommendations, noting that the detachment emergency operational plans had been amended to address that recommendation. Despite this, neither critical incident commander, Staff Sergeant West or Surrett, were aware of this recommendation. or of the emergency operational plan being being developed to identify entry-exit points and major transportation routes. Their evidence was that neither received any training or instruction on the McNeil Review. What they had read was at their own initiative. They were unaware of whether the McNeil Report recommendations were implemented in Nova Scotia or whose role it was to implement them. Notably, Staff Sergeant Surratt received his critical incident training in 2015 after the McNeil Review. He did not recall any of the McNeil Review being part of his critical incident training. They both indicated that the McNeil Review was never presented to any of the incident commanders in Nova Scotia. Commissioners, I review this in the detail that I have taken to highlight and underscore a very important point. We fundamentally believe the failure to implement these recommendations in practice had a direct impact on the events and deaths which followed after the perpetrator passed through Truro. Public trust in the RCMP has eroded significantly because of the mass casualty events, and understandably so. This trust has been further eroded with the realization that recommendations arising from valuable work done in connection with prior reviews of the RCMP actions following previous active shooter events have not been meaningfully actioned in Nova Scotia. The end result of the hard work done by all involved in the Mass Casualty Commission will ultimately be recommendations made by yourselves. These recommendations and how they are actioned will be the legacy of the mass casualty tragedy, and how they are actioned, and the legacy of those whose lives were lost. If there is no confidence or faith the recommendations will be meaningfully actioned and implemented, then the work done by all and the deep losses suffered by the families will all be for naught. That cannot be the legacy left. The implementation of the mass casualty recommendations will also amount to lip service if members are not fully informed, educated, and trained on the changes. Education must be built into the Commission's recommendations from a structural perspective. To that end, we make one key recommendation, and others will follow in our written submissions, but we're suggesting that the Commissioners consider a provincial federal implementation committee be struck to ensure recommendations made and then implemented are not lost with the passage of time and or with a change in leadership at the RCMP or with a change in government. Such a committee should be comprised of representation from all stakeholders, from national headquarters, from H Division, from command leaders in Nova Scotia, and most importantly, representation from those affected most by the mass casualty. It's also suggested that their mandate include updating the public with an annual report and also having a website for communication. I'll move now to the two communications issues that I want to speak about, Commissioners. And I'm going to start with a quote from George Bernard Shaw. And the quote is, "The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place." Starting with the gathering and sharing of critical information, the volume of information we know received by the RCMP on April 18th, as well as how it was gathered and shared with others, was a significant issue. It's clear from the evidence that systems and members did not communicate efficiently. The problem with information sharing started with the first 911 call from Jamie Blair at 10:01 p.m. and continued through the remainder of the mass casualty event. Highly relevant details were relayed by Jamie Blair, Andrew and Kate McDonald, and the Blair and McCullough children about the perpetrator within the first 30 minutes, including identifying markings on his vehicle. This important information was not meaningfully captured and or disclosed to responding members or subsequently to those in command. No one was provided with a summary of the initial 911 calls or was able to listen to them firsthand. The ERT team was stood up at 10:45 p.m. and on the road from Halifax at 11:20. However, the team did not receive any pertinent information about the perpetrator until they reached Truro, which would have been sometime after midnight. Information about an alternate access route out of Portapic was conveyed to Constable Colford by Kate McDonald. Constable Colford relayed this information over her radio, but was not met with any acknowledgement or action in response, nor did she follow up on her message. Important information was provided to the RCMP in various ways, 911 calls, live interviews, etc. Yet this information was not shared competently and in some cases at all. A key area for recommendation for the commissioners is obviously to consider what can be done to ensure proper communication processes are in place so that large volumes of information can be accurately summarized and passed down the line to those individuals who need it to make informed decisions and give precise orders. To that end, a recommendation we have in terms of a suggestion, commissioners, is that as a starting point, and specifically with respect to critical incidents, that a specific individual be designated as an analyst and tasked to review 911 calls in a timely manner to compile a detailed list of key information which can then be used to accurately brief others from that point forward. This avoids the effect of telephone, when critical information is either never captured accurately or is lost as multiple people convey their perspective of the information to others who in turn do the same. I'll move now to Alert Ready, the second component of a communication piece. The fact that none of the command structure was aware of the availability of the Alert Ready system is astounding. The default response by RCMP management during proceedings has been that it was not a tool in their toolbox, as they were completely unaware of it as an option. This is incorrect and frankly unacceptable in light of clear evidence that an intrusive alert option for active shooter situations was presented to the RCMP many years prior to April 2020 and as early as 2012. We know from questions answered by Mark Fury that on January 4th, then Staff Sergeant Mark Fury sent a briefing note to criminal operations dealing with public alerting, which identified 3 categories of an alert, including an intrusive alert, which could be issued when there was an immediate or potential risk to life. He was recommending follow-up on this, and his evidence was that this was not well received and ultimately led to his departure from the RCMP. His comments are consistent with the evidence of Paul Mason, the executive director of the emergency measures operation, who gave evidence and recalled that Staff Sergeant Fury said that the alerting system would be an asset to law enforcement in meetings that he had with him. And of course, we've heard evidence from Paul Mason that there were a presentation done to the RCMP or for the RCMP in June of 2016, and that the RCMP were included in meetings moving forward where that topic was discussed. Truro and Halifax Regional Police were aware of the availability and utility of the Alert Ready system. The only entity seemingly unaware of the availability was the RCMP. The fact the RCMP as an organization chose to ignore the availability of Alert Ready as early as 2012 is a bigger issue than just the impact it had on public safety on the April 18th, 19th weekend. It warrants a finding that the RCMP were willfully blind and made a choice not to adopt or learn more about this system, a system which would have been an asset to law enforcement had they chosen to pursue it. The RCMP had a clear duty to warn the public, but failed to do so. It's more than reasonable to assume, again, that the loss of innocent lives would have been less had an alert gone out in the morning of April 19th. It's comforting to know the Nova Scotia RCMP now have trusted user status for issuing an alert. It was also reassuring to see the RCMP use public alerting in a timely manner in the recent James Smith Cree Nation and Weldon tragedy. It was not comforting, however, to hear Chief Superintendent Leather respond to the question of if the same exact events happen today with the new policies and protocols in place, would an alert be issued? With his answer, it's not clear-cut that an alert would have been the right tool to be using. After all the evidence the Commission has heard, including the timeline of information known by the RCMP through the early morning hours of April 19th, we ask that the Commission make as a finding of fact that the events of the mass casualty in April 2020 should have necessitated an alert well before the perpetrator became known to become active again at approximately 9:30 a.m. in the morning of April 19th. We'll detail more recommendations on this topic in our written submissions, but one key one we want the commissioners to consider is that the RCMP in Nova Scotia as a system trusted user should take responsibility for its own public education program, working in collaboration with the Emergency Measures Office and the Department of Justice. This would include using its own website to distribute education information to fulfill the vital education component of any alerting system, as was reviewed in the detailed evidence on the use of public alerting in Australia from Michael Hallows. I'm going to move now to the topic of resources. While the evidence highlights significant issues with there were, of course, significant issues with resources, ranging from resources that were either not available to resources that were available but were not accessed in a timely manner or at all. As a result, members' ability to respond in an optimal way on April 18th and 19th was adversely impacted. Rectifying some of these resource issues will take funding, no doubt, but other resource issues will just take training. Members cannot be set up for success if they're not provided with the right tools for the job, and this includes knowing the full extent of the tools in their toolbox. My focus today is on one key area, and that is the topic of pictometry. We've heard much evidence on the challenge of rural policing, giving geography, funding, and people power constraints. Colchester County is the second busiest county for policing outside of the HRM and covers a significant expanse of rural area. Members, we have heard, had limited, if any, familiarity with the Portapique area. When the 4 responding officers entered Portapique on foot, they did so largely blind. They had no night vision goggles and no access to working maps while on foot. They resorted to using their personal cell phones to identify various locations within the community. Based on the Commission's working timeline, these officers arrived in sequence at 10:25-27 p.m., and they were joined by Constable Dow, a 5th officer, at 10:43:52 p.m. Again, working with the Commission's timeline, the perpetrator was thought to have left the community at approximately 10:45 p.m. These 5 officers had the best opportunity to identify and apprehend the perpetrator. However, their ability to do so was significantly hampered by a lack of resources, a key one being visibility on the access points into and out of the community. These 5 responding officers and all who followed thereafter understood there was only one way in and out of Portapique. This error was perpetuated by the risk manager and OCC, who relied on outdated mapping technology, which in turn left responding members with incorrect information relating to containment of Portapique. This was despite having access to mapping technology known as pictometry, which clearly showed the alternate access through the Blueberry Field Road. The pictometry technology was not accessed, and as concluded in the April 21st, 2022 Mass Casualty Supplementary Report, quote, would have given the RCMP a better understanding of the road networks in Portapique, thereby enhancing containment efforts during the mass casualty events. We heard that there were varying reasons why pictometry was not used on the night in question. Jen McCallum and Risk Manager Staff Sergeant Rehill at OCC had challenges accessing it. However, had this key technology tool been activated at the start of their shifts, it's reasonable to conclude that any IT issues could have been addressed well in advance of the 10:01 911 call from Portapique. Other members appeared to have limited, if any, knowledge as to how to use pictometry, such as Staff Sergeant Carroll. The use of pictometry on the night in question should have been non-negotiable. Its value is even greater in a rural policing environment where street signs and mapping are not as prevalent as found in an urban center. What Nova Scotians expect and what the RCMP must insist upon is that members are well trained in all available technology and use that technology regularly. That costs nothing. Sergeant Briers was an example of a member who was well trained in pictometry and used it frequently prior to the mass casualty. One can reasonably assume that had Staff Sergeant Briers been the risk manager on the evening of April 18th, he would have been able to access the pictometry system to identify and direct successful containment of Portapic in a timely manner. From a recommendation perspective, we suggest that a consideration be given for a direction that the familiarity, training, and use of pictometry or any more enhanced mapping technology should be mandated, particularly in rural detachments for all levels of members in senior command. And secondly, enhanced IR training, picking up on my friend Mr. Bryson's comments, should take place with a particular focus on rural, nighttime, and mobile perpetrators, with pictometry as a mandated part of training and tabletop exercises. Moving now to the fourth category, and that is police education. We've heard that policing has changed significantly over the last few decades. This was covered in the June 30th Roundtable on Rural Community Safety and Policing. Superintendent Dan Morrow, a member with 30 years of policing experience, shared his observations with the change in policing. He said, in those 30 years, the landscape has completely changed from when I joined. I didn't know what a cell phone was or an email. Now we are responding to calls for service that actually originate from international jurisdictions as cyber offenses have increased, targeting our elderly and our youth. Same with equipment. The technology, again, ever changing, hard to keep pace with, and the costs have increased significantly. Dr. Rick Ruddle addressed the expansion of expectation for the police over the last number of years in the same roundtable, noting, what we're seeing the past few years is a decrease in the public's trust and confidence and their perceptions to the performance of the police. The complexity of the job has increased, the expectations of the public have increased, the expectations are higher, the public's perceptions are lower. Roundtable members also spoke about the need for enhanced training on the law for RCMP members, such as Dr. Signa Daumshanks. While much has changed in policing, the time frame for new officer education at Depot remains at 6 months. This raises the fair question of whether the current education at Depot is the best we can do or should do to ensure public safety for Canadians. Kimmo Heimberg, the retired rector of the National Police University College in Finland, indicated at the June 1st Roundtable on Critical Incident Response that each Finnish officer has a minimum of 3 years training at the university before they are enrolled in the Finnish police force. He said in Finland, according to international measurements, public trust, citizen trust to the police is the highest in the world. 91% of Finnish citizens trust the police a lot or close to that. Why is that? Our understanding, he said, is that one of the reasons is that we educate officers extensively. Basic police education leads to a bachelor degree in policing and takes 3 years. There is a lot of more theoretical and practical content in the program, and we put a special emphasis on values and attitudes in education. Commissioners, we submit that we need to pay attention to the correlation between citizen trust in the police and enhanced education, particularly as we try to mend this relationship between citizens and our national policing force moving forward. As a suggestion for recommendation, we suggest it's time for training requirements to expand, and that means additional time at Depot and/or more focused training afterwards. We strongly encourage the commissioners to consider a recommendation that fundamentally alters the breadth and depth of current RCMP police education. The last area I will cover, commissioners, is family post-event support. The importance and sensitivity of family management was addressed in the January 2020 review relating to the homicide of Colton Boushie. And I'll quote from that report. In general, a homicide victim's family often experience a great deal of uncertainty about an investigation, as protecting its integrity obligates police to withhold detailed information from all people. The family may have to endure media pressures, public rumor, and speculation about circumstances surrounding their loved one's death. The victim's family may have to process their grief, all the while coming to terms with the perhaps unexpectedly long periods of time that are required for complex homicide investigations to properly complete. All of these things can cause stress for the family, and in general terms, can potentially undermine their confidence in the police and their support for the police investigation. A purposefully built, trustful relationship between the police and the family will generally facilitate better communication within these contexts of grief, stress, lack of information, and uncertainty." End quote. We submit that a significant amount of the family's post-tragedy grief centered around the lack of transparency, insufficient information, or support from the RCMP. It's safe to say a purposefully built, trustful relationship between the families and the RCMP did not exist. And part of the reason for that was the way in which family liaison services were handled. Family members reeled in the immediate aftermath of the mass casualty as they learned of the loss of their loved ones. Their trauma was magnified by the manner in which RCMP communicated with the families and handled next of kin notification, family liaison services, and crime scene management. Again, I will use specific examples relevant to our client. Constable Bent was the sole officer assigned to act as family liaison officer for all families. He had no training specific to acting in this role, and at least in the days immediately following the tragedy, he was also tasked to do other roles. While the RCMP offered to have another member assist, Constable Bent declined. The experiences of the Beaton family and others navigating the aftermath of the mass casualty is heart-wrenching. The flow of information from the RCMP was significantly lacking, leaving families to repeatedly call 911, the RCMP, and the Truro Police, and to resort to social media in an effort to learn information. The Beaton family experience included family efforts to locate Kristen, which began shortly before 11 a.m. on Sunday, when information filtered to the family that she had been killed before that point. Her brother drove to the scene of her death shortly after 11 a.m. to provide information about Kristen, including her name and the car she was driving. He provided his contact particulars so that the RCMP could follow up with him. No one did. At 11:32, Kristen's husband, Nick, called 911 to inquire about her. He was told that the information would be forwarded to members on the ground who would follow up with him. At 11:48, Mrs. Beaton's employer called 911 to report her missing and provide details of the vehicle she was driving. At 12:49 p.m., Kristen's employer was aware from the RCMP that she was no longer missing. Despite this, Kristen's husband and family members did not receive confirmation of her death until 6 p.m. that day. Her husband was told that he would be, quote, happy to know he was one of the first one to learn of his loved one's death. He waited 8 hours to officially learn what he feared the most, despite the RCMP having identifying information about her for hours and having advised her employer at 12:49 that she was no longer missing. Other families encountered similar experiences, which included official next of kin notifications not happening in a timely way or not happening at all. Some family members had guns pointed at them when they attended at murder scenes, desperately seeking information about their loved ones. The perpetrator's face and name were well known at this point, so there was no way this response was as a result of mistaken identity. In the days that followed, the Beaton family trauma continued. Although there was a police presence at Kristen's crime scene, it was not secured. As a result, photos and videotape of her uncovered body were taken. Family members had to see multiple pictures and video of her body, leaving her husband to call a news outlet to request they remove the footage. Further anguish was caused when property was returned to families with crime scene remnants. This was the case for the Beaton family, as they collected Kristen's vehicle with signs of her trauma still in it. Her husband was left to collect her personal belongings from the crime scene and clean them. The experience did not get better, as communications to the families was less than ideal. The family struggled to get information. Kristen's husband and family learned much of the detail about what was happening by watching the news. He was told by Constable Bent to turn on the news, as new information about the mass casualty was going to be released, leaving him to find this information out at the same time as the rest of the world. As we turn our minds on how to make sure the unnecessary further agony experienced by the families is not repeated, there is helpful guidance from various components of Phase 2 evidence. The June 28th Roundtable, Understanding and Addressing the Immediate and Long-Term Needs of Those Impacted by Mass Casualty, is particularly helpful when considering insights and best practices to inform the basis of recommendations for family support. The importance of accurately and timely communication, in particular, was addressed by the panel and specifically by Levent Alton, who reviewed best practices undertaken by other countries for victim support and communication, particularly around information sharing. Mr. Alton said, it not only is a conduit right in the sense that it helps you access other services and rights, but it's fundamental to a person's understanding of what's going on. It can reduce harm or it can increase harm, depending on how you handle your communications. He gave as an example of how not to handle communication what happened in Brussels, when a decision was made not to inform family members of the identifications of victims until there was 100% certainty. This left family members to go to hospitals looking for their loved ones when the police or the coroners knew 90% of who the deceased people were. This magnified the family's trauma, and this seemed to have been the experience by a lot of families repeated in Nova Scotia. The panel's collective experience and expertise reinforced that everyone experiences grief differently, with multiple layers, and in their own time and at different moments of time. That even with the passage of time, Nova Scotia remains raw. And as a community, we are still in the early days of recovery, with grieving done in a fishbowl. Victims and their families have a need for respectful treatment and recognition and protection from further harm and secondary victimization. And lastly, that recovery from the trauma of the battlefield is not possible when still on the battlefield. Commissioners, with communication key, we make the following short and long-term suggestions for recommendations to support family members. The RCMP should have updated procedures for scene security, cleanup, and preservation of victim dignity. Crime scenes with victims' bodies still present should be secured and protected such that video footage and photographs cannot be obtained. Victims' bodies at crime scenes should be treated in a respectful manner with a blanket or covering applied over them immediately after all necessary life-saving measures and medical attention have failed. Every family should be assigned their own family liaison officer. The RCMP and Nova Scotia municipal police agencies should develop a family liaison process and procedure guideline, providing clear direction for members acting in this capacity, even if they have not had any formal training. Members acting as a family liaison should be specifically assigned to this role for an initial period after a critical incident, instead of trying to balance other tasks, such as was the case for Constable Bent. The Nova Scotia Emergency Measures Office, the RCMP, and municipal police agencies should develop a dedicated non-emergency line into the Operational Communications Center for family members seeking information in the immediate aftermath of a mass tragedy. This was a recommendation from a family member themselves. This would allow families to know exactly where to call for updates, to speak with someone who has the latest information. A simple communication tool to help alleviate the stress and grief of families seeking information. Nova Scotia Emergency Measures, the RCMP, and municipal police agencies should develop a victim-focused communication website with different sections for the public and victims to access relevant information in the immediate aftermath of a mass tragedy, similar to the website in the Netherlands referenced by Levant Alton. Recommendations from the January 2020 RCMP investigation relating to the homicide of Mr. Bouchy, relating to family management, death notification, and crime scene management should be reviewed and incorporated into your final report as appropriate for a mass casualty. And lastly, to the extent possible, the mass casualty should deliver its final report as early as possible, and if possible earlier than March 31st, as far in advance of the anniversary of the mass casualty event. Only with the delivery of this report will the families be able to move from the early days of recovery to no longer being in the battlefield. To conclude, the work that we have been doing is coming to a close, but we know that you commissioners have a lot of work ahead. And I echo Ms. McCullough's plea that the commissioners make hard findings and hard recommendations stemming from all of the work that we have done. We want to recognize the work done by the Commission and its staff over the last year and a half, particularly during the hearings themselves. While there have been so many involved, we want to especially note the efforts of Maureen Wheeler, Jenna Lee Patterson, Darlene Sutherland, and Jen Cotterill. These women have provided calm, caring, responsive, and steady support to us and to our clients. On behalf of my colleague, Alex DeGue, and our entire MDW law team, it's been an honor and a privilege to work with and for our client. And collectively, with lawyers for families who lost loved ones and survivors, to navigate through a process which has been procedurally challenging and frustrating at times. To the families, your grief is raw and your suffering ongoing, and we know how hard this has been for you all. It's clear that Kristen and all the beautiful lives lost brought much joy to everyone around them, and there is so much emptiness with their absence. The loss of your loved ones in this manner is unimaginable, yet through your grief, it was your unwavering dedication and commitment to calling for this inquiry, which has resulted in us being here today. Know that we will support you now and into the future, and will continue to advocate with you for the adoption and implementation of recommendations flowing from this inquiry, so that no more Nova Scotians and Canadians have to suffer the heartache that you have endured, leaving a legacy of hope for the future. Subject to any questions, commissioners, those are my comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. And it's 12:27. Ms. Long, good afternoon. We'll break for until 1:30, and at that time we'll look forward to hearing your submissions, and we'll offer whatever help we can, since you're self-represented, to guide you through it. So we'll see you at 1:30, and everyone else, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break. We'll resume at 1:30.
Okay, so that poll's been up. 58 votes on the poll. Anybody want to vote before I close it? Do you believe that the families have been represented? The lawyers have represented the families well so far today. So far, we have 22% saying yes, and 78%. I mean, whatever. I entertain everybody's thoughts. 78% no. More layers of junk. I think the colors are really showing. I hold on to hope. The poll is at the top. It's pinned to the top of the comments section. I also put out a Twitter. I don't do a lot of I don't know how to say that. I just kind of keep my profile, I mean, they all watch and stuff. I just don't directly go after them necessarily. But I have put out a poll right now. Should a royal commission be struck to investigate the Nova Scotia mass casualty? Justice Canada, DOJ, and their handling of April 18 and 19. So I'll drop that in there. Obviously, feel free to vote on that. They're going to see it. I guess double so now than they probably would normally. 63 votes, still about the same now. So 5 new votes. I guess that was a bit of a split. Some said yes, some said no. Because the number hasn't changed. Not that I have 100% faith in junk, but tech junk. Thank you to those of you who are retweeting and sharing. Welcome to all the 126 that are in here. More education, more money, even the language on a lot of that, fulsome toolboxes, stakeholders, it's all the same. You know, and it's not as though I'm completely oblivious to this. No, I'm not. I just have hope. I have hope, a lot of hope, and it just gets dashed. I hold on to hope. Nothing, this is like, I can't even believe a lawyer would, 2 lawyers here basically said that, you know, we're relying upon the credibility of Brenda Bowe as a witness. Sorry, she's totally discreditable. Or she has totally been discredited in what the eyes of the law, I believe, understand as a witness. Totally. And yet you're going to use somebody who says hearsay, number one, and then can't even remember. This is not proper. Five votes so far, 100%. This is a joke. The corruption is rife. I mean, I thought there was still some in there. And I don't like to point fingers, but it's not looking good. And I mean, this is their last go. This was their go. 7 votes, 100%. People voting. Blast that around. I'm not a person who does things for likes and bullshit. I don't care about any of that garbage. I want truth and I want answers. Time limits on them too. Yep, 40 minutes. So, you know, and then it was an hour? An hour for all of the witnesses, all of the folks over with Patterson, including people that weren't even there. I've never quite understood that one. It's totally confusing. Why would Stick Lady need a lawyer? Is it you? Oh, there's something that stinks. No, I don't think the RCMP, you know, actually, because they've actually seemingly, I don't want to say that is so, because I don't want to make accusations like that, unfounded. But let's just hypothetically say that there's something else going on over there. But this is actually, I think, going to wind them up in a pit more. Would have been better just to 12 votes now. 12, 100%. I know I'm going to get the sock accounts and all that goop come in. I hope, God knows though, they're seeming to, it can't be, it just can't be that there's not something else going on. I mean, the only reason that I'm very reserved like that is just because of my upbringing. It's you have to be very careful about what you say. But this is really stinky. Stinky. 13 votes, still 100%. Royal Commission will also need to investigate, says Todd, investigate and punish publicly all participants in MCC using NGOs to manipulate and obscure the narrative. This includes MCC staff and lawyers. I agree. Yep. Listen, if something did come out that was untoward or, say there was a Royal Commission, yeah, absolutely. Everybody should be held to account on this one. No free passes, no more free lunches. I mean, otherwise, you might as well just throw up your hands and what do you have left? You have nothing. So, you gotta fight. You gotta fight. There'll be Tara, and I really hope, but this world is a fucked up place. I know she's been real. It's got jitters. I'm sure all the family members have jitters, and this is very, very difficult on them all. Most affected, trauma on trauma. What was? Did I get rid of that? What was his quote? Here. Adding trauma to trauma by the work that you are doing, and I'm sure this afternoon was no different. We would like to thank you for adding trauma to trauma by the work that you are doing, and I'm sure this afternoon was no different. Nice job. At least he says it. Oh, it was just a misspeak. Well, fair enough, but to me it seems almost like a Freudian slip. Read the Communist Manifesto. I don't know if that was directed at somebody else. Criticism within the narrative is manufacturing consent. It propagates. Propagates. I shouldn't be critical because I hammer out on the keyboard. I mistype all the time. It looks like I can't spell at all. I just get so flustered. And I'm just like, and I'm not even that fast of a typer. So our hopes are with Tara for today. There were good points that were brought up. I'm not going to take away from that. But again, that's just like playing the other side of the fence, and they always want that. There was so much missed. And then constantly just saying that it was a series of mistakes and blunders and oops and sorries about that, and maybe we should do some more recommendations, and we should strike up a big huge outside body with all kinds of people, especially the RCMP. Let's get the RCMP involved, because hey, it's not like they're got a fucking seriously dirty, corrupt problem over there. No, not at all. You know what? Like, let's bring them in. Let's have them talk about it. Let's that. They're no, gone. Propagates. D, not D. Okay, so yes, I spell it. Propagates. To propagate. Anyway, I shouldn't get lost in spelling. My grandmother couldn't spell very well at all. Didn't hold her back. Hopefully having faith for more thinking. Well, I think collectively we think, at least on, and I don't particularly want to get into other issues a terrible amount elsewhere on this channel at this point in time, because our country is falling apart legally. It's just, did you catch it? McDonald will say he will help her as he has no legal. Yeah, I did. Again, I'm holding out faith and hope. Cannot type as too angry. Oh, angry is not good. You see, and this is not good for anybody. Not good for you, not good for me, not good for families, obviously not good for families. Not good emotionally, not good financially, not good financially for our grandkids. Terrible. If you do not have reasonable and probable grounds, you cannot obtain a search warrant. Constable, if RCMP constable does not do his job like he's supposed to, you'll end up, well, okay, I'd like to see where all the code of conducts are, because there's a few of them out there right now that aren't being run. Like 100%. There's no two ways about it. Where are they? If we're going by strictly by the book, and there is reasonable grounds on many things, but they weren't done. Let's see where the code of conducts are. Like, I don't know, members that are still in the force, the ones that didn't quit, nothing happened. Oh. That's only a bit of a red flag, as they like to say. Okay, you sent DM on the tweeters. Sorry, I'm behind here. Where's the poll at now? 20 votes, 100%. 100%. Come on, let them know. Oh, I don't want my face to be known and whatever. But they already all know. Everybody knows. So might as well. You don't have a face, you don't have balls. Got to stand behind what you believe. Good morning. IMT, H strong too. From what I've heard, and I know I've thrown that out there a few times, and again, obviously, I don't speak to every person over there, but I certainly don't. Certainly don't. But I have spoken to, members say that the RCMP is garbage. Garbage. And that it should be disbanded. That, you need a new force in there. Much, much, much more streamlined. Not this bloat machine that nobody, not even their own force, hardly knows. I don't, the chain, the web that they've got of command. Good luck ever trying to find it. You see, they won't even name another member in there because they're taught that. Don't ever identify somebody by name. They do from time to time, but they're not supposed to. They'll just say, oh, another member, or, a GD member, or this or that, an MCU member. Disbanded, go back to much more localized stuff, much, easier to get a grasp on. Not all these boards and crazy shit going on every which way from Sunday. Something fairly streamlined, and federal wise, same thing, and no RCMP members. And that was from members themselves. No ex-RCMP should be allowed to police again. Shouldn't. Good ones or bad ones. It's you're trying to sort out who's what and where they're at and what they're doing. It's just not a field because they get indoctrinated with a lot of crap. Tons. It's nailed into their head. Not because there's lots of good ones. Look at how many good ones are walking away. Good ones. If Tara Miller can quote some of what Mills said, why couldn't she use the word cover up? That's not a hard word. He actually said it. He actually went into the corruption. Several of them did. Said, no, I'm out. This is just ridiculous. You guys investigate us because we want things. Sorry, I'm just reading something. Well, whatever has to be done. So you have no tweeters, they banned you. O'Deer's pumping out all kinds of stuff. Lots of good stuff. But I don't understand any of that stuff. We'll get it all figured out. Cindy's still down there having a lunch. So on here, you'll vote yes. Okay. Fair enough. I don't want to. I'm not an idiot. I come from a family of law. I believe in law. I believe in policing. We can't have an anarchistic, crazy society with people running around. Just as I said, you can't have detachments closing. Detachments. This is ridiculous. We have hours. Sorry. That's right on par with hospitals' emergency room in Nova Scotia closing. And I was like, no, you're kidding, right? No, it's serious. The emergency room closes. I'm like, well, then emergencies don't have times.
Judy Williams.
Okay. I gotta. Let's see where the poll is at. 21 votes, 21 votes. 100%. 100%. Okay. Sending Faith. The reason why the RCMP is broken is management. It's not accountable. It's the corruption. It's the promotion system. It's ticking boxes and running buses over people. And I'm not going to go in. What was let me see if I can find the email again. Me, that takes forever to find stuff. How much of that stuff we've already said a long time ago? It's lightweight, they were packing around. When they have, like, they've even identified throughout the MCC, certain things have been identified that are very serious issues that lawyers have brought up themselves. No, gonna steer clear of it. See if I can find it again. Go away. I don't think I'm going to be able to. Let's see. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I did find it. Where that? Everything takes me a long time. I'm on like 5% speed, but those who are focused on promotion are always watching for opportunities to pad their resumes. What competency do I need? Do I still need an example for? What can I do in this incident that will make that will look good and give me an edge? What do I need to stay away from because it's promotional suicide? Should I be first or last to respond, or somewhere in the middle? Why do I need to watch out? Who do I need to watch out for because they too are competing for promotion? Who is a rock star and does not care about promotion, and how can I take advantage of them? That's not the way things are done. I don't know. I must live in a bubble. Because to me, I do, in a way. I don't really care about money. Money doesn't make my world go round. I'm just as happy I lived a good life, and there you go. So it's okay. I don't have any need for anything too much. As long as I got a roof, I got clothes, and I've got some good friends and stuff like that, and food. I feel pretty okay. The system that we have just grinds people into the ground financially, but also there's ego that seems to drive a lot of people. It's like, oh, I've got to be this, and I've got to be that, and I have to have some fucking goop behind my name, and nobody's going to remember you because you have gotten a Queen's Jubilee Award, which everybody else has gotten too, because they were bootlicking somebody. Nobody cares, because those things are all watered down and destroyed. What they do care about, and that's what I think the tide has shifted to some time back. It's coming back big time. People don't care about that kind of shit anymore. Like they actually want a return of genuineness, morality, compassion. Not people milking and bilking and stealing, and corporals and sergeant refusing to take on inspectors on issues. Well, some do. Some do. I don't know if you're a member. You know, there's members that are in here for sure. I'm not sure if you are, but there are some that do. There's some stories I've done on the channel. I don't know if they're still up or not. Who knows what they do these days, but on the channel, I mean. But definitely some of them are still there. And, you know, if you talk out of turn, oh, watch out, man. But that's why there's like a lot of good people, a lot of good members, ex-members that are kind of banding together, and they're like, no, this is bullshit. And you shouldn't just turn tail and run all the time. I'm not, don't mistaken me either. They make it extraordinarily difficult. Really difficult. But we as a society can't do that anymore. We can't just bury our head in the sand and say, oh, the problem doesn't exist, or it'll go away, or somebody else is going to deal with it. And I don't have to. It's not my problem. And whatever else, right? Yeah, it's just him or whatever. Her. Who cares? No, because it can be anybody. And usually the people that say that, funnily enough, are actually good people. They just are like, well, I have to keep my head down and I've got to take care of myself and those around me. I was talking to a friend of mine, and I haven't talked to this guy in long time. Well over a decade. Anyway, he was telling me about, just catching up, and he's like, I don't care about anything. I just take care of my family, and that's all that I do, and nothing else around me bothers me, and I don't care about any of it. And I just have to, pay the man. I just have to pay the man. And I'm like, wow, listen to yourself talk. You're so ground down. It's so sad. It's true. It's totally valid. Honesty, integrity, just simple morals. Simple. It's so simple. It's not complicated. You don't need gigantic fucking boards. None of this bullshit. I want to make sure I'm not missing. Fuck me. Where is it? Okay. Anybody got the timer on today? So we went for lunch slightly before 12. Doesn't really add up. 40 minutes. 40 minutes is an hour and 20 minutes. 2 hours, 20 minutes. 2 hours, 20 minutes. 9:30. 11:50. I guess, maybe. 13:30 supposed to come back. Okay, thank you very much. In the last 21 years of service, I can count on the number of hands, number of corporals and sergeants who took on staff sergeants and inspectors. They are there, though. You know that, right? You know that yourself. You know that. And you know what happens to them. But what do? You allow the machine to continue? Because it's just as happy to run over anybody. Innocent people, they'll just throw them under there too. You know that. Civilians are paying, members are paying, grandkids are paying, society's paying. Let's, make it worse, keep it up. Like, it's just bullshit. Stop. Those days are finished. The horse are better behaved than the donkeys on their back. Again, there are good members. There's lots of good members. I've read a few of their reports and their interviews. They talk. They tell the truth. But then Burl, or who was I reading this morning? They just steer away from it. They just steer away from it. They don't want to talk about it. That's good. Thank you for sharing that. They'll start to open up. They'll start to say, listen, hey, this is a problem. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we're going to talk about a vest on a dog now, or whatever it is. Something else entirely different. How about that domestic violence in that small little detachment that you were at? What was that like? Huh? I was just telling you what the real problem is here. Me, I'm inside. I know. You're here to investigate. What's the problem? Kind of. Quasi. Everything is playing both sides of the fence. Nobody raised Celebrate today. Why not? Why did nobody raise Celebrate? They're all playing around on their phones. They're figuring out the maps. Okay, so you've got GPS, and of course you asked for the Celebrate records. Well, we did, and they turned us down. Okay, so you pointed that out when again? And then I saw some comments in here. And again, I won't single people out, but I saw the comments in here, and they're like, well, they know that they can't, or they won't get I think there were some comments about that, specifically about lawyers. And I'm like, no, I may live kind of in a bit of a bubble. My family didn't live in a bubble per se. You wanted to do the best job. You wanted to be known for representing your clients. You wanted to be known for drag down intellectual scrapper. Because funnily enough, that's ego. That to lawyers, that's books on walls. Precedent setting stuff. They like that. And they like the fact that other lawyers know that, because they piss their pants when they come around. And they get clients out the wazoo. What's going to happen? Somebody's going to come along with a pair of ice grips and pull out your tongue? No. Well, and I'm like, no. They won't be allowed to practice. Try it. Go to the bar association. See if the bar association will throw out a lawyer because they represent their client. No. They'll throw out lawyers for, fleecing, escrow accounts, and those kinds of things. That's no. Only thing that holds people back is their own fucking fear. Fear. Okay. So how do you conquer fear? Do you turn tail and run? Do you sell your soul? Or do you say, fuck that, man? 12:33 blow for lunch. Decent officers should have to go through the steps of regular hire after they take a community policing course. I don't know, but I'd say start anew. If you're talking about hiring ex-members, start anew, deal with that one down the line. I mean, I like how they're citing like BC. They keep pulling BC out of their ass. I even heard Alberta a couple of times through this process. What are you, out of your mind? BC, the politicians, even though they're junk, have come back and said, no, we don't want the RCMP. Surrey, like it has to be so demeaning as an officer in the Lower Mainland now, like really bad. Surrey, the center, the hub of the RCMP, the campus down there. You're not a police officer driving around in Surrey. No. I mean, you are, but no. Alberta's going to toss you. BC's going to toss you. So the system's broken. Nobody wants you anymore in the state that you're in. You're just, and you can't unravel this one. I feel really confident in that, in my limited understanding of the RCMP, which I would say is probably not too bad now. I would say it's better than your average bear, and I certainly have a lot of people who help. We're really lucky in that way. And, that it's such a monster. You can't fix it from inside. You can't. So, okay, just say, we tried and we failed, and okay. That's good. Nobody can fault anybody for that. Even if you want to just be Mr. Nice Guy. But it's the corruption. You're going to get the promotion. You're going to go somewhere extra special. And then they all get into the leadership positions. And then they're just watching out for one another. The white shirts. If you're, you can't go after a commissioned officer. You can't touch us. Okay. That's the way it goes. OPP is imploding itself now that they are mostly made up of ex-RCMP depot grads. You get $50,000 on bail on the RCMP and go OPP. Get out, but you get extra $50,000 to bail. Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Everyone had to sign NDAs. Are you speaking about families? There's a video. It's about a minute long. That'll answer that one. Maybe. Of course, careers are in jeopardy. Listen again to Dorrington's parting MCC words. I can't recall what his parting words were. Kicking RCMP out of certain cities, regions, and provinces is different than disbanding the RCMP. It is, but the RCMP in general needs to be disbanded. Start anew. When something doesn't work, you just start anew. We've been down the recommendations road, and look, this is fucking gross, man. You really want to go down the recommendations road again? That's what they're saying. Oh yeah, let's go do some more of that. Huh? What are you on? Not even mandates. Who was it? Who was that brought up mandates in the MCC hearings? And I was like, yeah, good. You might have to mandate them. I think it was RCMP themselves. Brandon knows that this one is really going in the tank. I mean, there was, in his testimony there was a chunk that he was actually talking about contract policing being gone. And then he got into, because the question was directed, well, what do you think about the future of contract policing? And then he got into the fact, well, I know there's a lot of discussion about, provincial policing and municipal policing doing its own thing. You know, what is he saying? If he's at that stage, they're shitting their pants terribly, terribly. They won't say that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, you know, there are actually people that are speaking about getting rid of us. No, they'd rather have their phony Facebook accounts telling everybody with their studies that everybody loves them. The narcissism, my Lord. Oh, they recommended, they told you right from the start, don't go anywhere near it. I'm seeing stuff online where people are asking questions that's conspiracy. But you had every politician coming out and saying, you know, we'll never know. We'll probably never know. We'll probably never know. Whenever you hear that line, that's to me is a bit of an alarm. Like, why are you telling me I probably will never know? Shouldn't you be saying, yeah, we're going to try and find out? Instead, you want to start from the get-go and you're just going to say, well, you know what, we'll never know. No, that's a huge neon warning. Burp, burp. Lack of accountability. Lack of accountability, it's so many different things. The dishonesty, the corruption, the promotional system, the Vision 150, I mean, they've actually, you know, tanked themselves, even like it. Not just with that kind of stuff, but it's like the other stuff. It's and it can't feel, I can only imagine, but it can't feel anywhere near as good pre April 1819. It can't feel anywhere near as good to put on a red surge, because there's all kinds of junk that's associated to it that really has nothing to do with policing. You know, it's politics. It's always was politics. RCMP have always been political. Somebody, you know, mentioned that a couple of times. Somebody who I'm very close to is very pro-police because they had a career with the Calgary Police Services. And so extraordinarily pro-police. Fair enough. But, and they would just extol the pride everywhere whenever we would have like dinners and stuff like that when I was younger. But whenever the RCMP came up, I'll tell you, the tune changed drastically. And this is when I was a child. No, that is political manure. Bad news. I'm like, but you always are bragging about how great the police are. No, not that. I won't go. Old Boys Club needs to be broken down. You have guys in there that are totally out of shape, women that shouldn't be in there, politics floating around, promotions based on how many computer courses that you're finishing in your cubicle when you should be out on the road. Drinking, a very bad drinking culture going on, just to run amok. Crime, turning a blind eye or being involved in crime. That's okay. It's not a problem. Huh? What? That's not what I want kids to grow up seeing. Because the positive attitude about the policing, many of you know. Many of you had it. I don't think, frankly, anybody in here hates the police just out of sheer spite. They don't hate the police. They're just like, you guys are fucked. We cannot disband RCMP. Think of all the NPF employees and income tax lawyers and accountants. Ouch. I do not want to wear it anymore. See, and that's sad, right? I listen, burning the red surge is a thing. It's a thing. Ex-members burning their fucking surges. That is totally legit. And they're like, and that's like, I mean, I get emotional just thinking about if my career, because it's been explained to me and I get it to a small extent from somebody who's outside. This is your life. It's everything. It's fucked up your family. You're moving everywhere. You're not going home at Christmas. You know, the force is your priority. That is your first and foremost priority. And that's years and years, decades like that. So then all of a sudden, to have such a career to look back on and be like, I don't like what I am, what it represents, because it becomes part of the personality, you know, not meaning morally, but it becomes infused into the person, because you can't really separate it, the force and an individual. It's kind of a messy situation. It's a messy situation. So, I mean, that's really fucking tough. Guys and gals who get out and they're like, you know what? I'm good. I can retire. And they can't. They literally can't. I think there's somebody in here who will know exactly what I'm talking about. What was it? Golf and drinking. Your drinking buds. And if you don't have both of those, or probably, at least one, you're going to go back. And how many guys and gals go back in for another one? Who wants to have like that? That's sad. I feel terrible for incurable. That's just awful. Because then now you kind of got to reestablish, and I'm not saying this person, I don't know, but lots of them have to then reestablish themselves as individuals outside of the force. And it becomes like, well, okay, your drinking buddies, meaning your force friends. Tough, man, tough. It's a culture. It is a culture. I hate that word. It's not a culture, it's an identity. They covered it all. Let's see here. I think I'm way back in the comments. They all drink now because they don't want to allow them to use cannabis. Oh, yes. Who was that? Member was that? I'm going to get a yelling at again. Probably. Killed himself. He took that on too. Boom. 2021, 80% of the time was cubicle interventions. 15% call, 5% proactive patrols, looking for suspects, impaired, etc. 80% office works, no choice. But how many members really want to do that? I've read, I think I've only read a few reports so far of people that I could say or have been identified to me that are they're like, no, this person is not somebody who enjoys policing. They'd rather be pushing paper. That's what they want to do. A lot of them want to be out, doing shit. But no, let's build in some more courses. Let's, those fucking printer rolls of small font, all these dink classes that nobody really remembers, with all kinds of acronyms that nobody understands, abbreviations. Nobody understands, nobody knows, people don't remember really per se. Becomes part of the vocabulary. It's just like blah, blah, blah. Nobody understands because nobody's supposed to understand that's outside. Sad. Very sad. Again, it's a beautiful uniform. Don't get me wrong. Fucking, and it's Canadian. But what's to say you can't have a new one? Beautiful uniforms existed, made by Boss, somewhere in history. 80% file work. True, yes. Lots of file work. My apologies. Yes, I stand corrected. But there is a lot of core stuff too. Because that's how you're gonna tick the boxes, right? Tick the boxes. Members know what that is. You just got to tick the boxes. That's how you're gonna go up in the ranks. Come on. Prayers for Tara, please, because she needs all our strength. She's all by herself. Well, no, that's not true. I know that there's some of you in here that are down there with her, so that's really great. Thank you for being there for her. But all by herself in terms of, she'll be the one stand there. But she can do it. She can do it, right? Watched a little bit of that yesterday again. She is strong. And hopefully she'll, say more than I don't know how this world goes anymore, but I certainly don't doubt her. There are some. Everything has good and bad, right? There are going to be some cowards. There are going to be some people that are strong. There are going to be, but again, even placed in the line of something that you can't train for those. You can train for it to a certain extent, I think. Maybe not in gyms and basements, maybe not tabletopping, but you can train. But then when you're actually put in the situation, shit get off the pot. A lot of people, they're afraid. That's human nature. But there's lots of them that won't. 7 minutes to go. Oh, what? Sorry? Oh, I hope there's not a scrap brewing in the chat. There's enough shit going down. I think many. How many retired? How many retired because they're afraid? Not necessarily so. Or that they're bad people. There's good members who are like, I'm out. There were think of Deion Sutton is classic example. He worked his ass off. He didn't let his team down. He stayed until he knew that his boots were going to be filled, and that the guys left were going to be left hanging, which was, I think, a year extra. And then he's like, okay, now I feel like it's okay. I can walk away from this one. I don't like what's going on over here, but I can't abandon other people. That's good. And he spoke up. That's not a rat jumping ship. That was somebody who, of course, the system just doesn't want to listen to. Let's talk about dog vests. Don't talk about what you're talking about there, because nobody wants to know about that. No. Might be exposed. Please don't. She's strong. Families are strong. And I'm not singling Tara out. Tara is Tara. Tara's my friend. But families, and that's the thing. Like, we're left with this. This is, and some interviews which are cut and spliced, and the feather, hello. Nobody wanted to give up their chair. Look at all those people who sold their souls. They're just like, yeah, okay, I'll talk about all of my stuff. Those people over there, who? I've got an opportunity here. And you're sitting there, and there's some of them looking at you. Oh, or was that one virtual? I don't even know. I think that was virtual, right? 4 minutes to go. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers with all the 23, the families of the 23. Sutton was as babysitter for the 2 RCMP gals who part in Chris Graham. Well, Sutton did his stuff by the book. There's a clip of him just, doing his dog stuff. There's a clip of him floating around. He looks like a really good guy. Got a thick accent. I like the thick accents. You guys say that we have an accent down here? Or just down there? Usually people with accents are like, you guys talk fucked up, man. You guys got an accent. No, you do. Half of them could have quit due to moral reasons. A lot did. Across the country. Not just in Nova Scotia. Their ranks that's why they're dropping. They're dropping the requirements again. Some more. They'll do the blue stripe for the yellow stripe, and they're going to drop the requirements. Well, the people will tell me I have an accent anyway. Possibly is something I've picked up from injuries or something over the years. I don't know. You don't have an accent. Not at all. Not you. I could just sit there and listen to it. Can't say I get it 100% of the time, because when some of you start prattling on, and it's just like winding up. I'm sure if you mixed alcohol in that too, oh yeah, I've heard that before. That becomes a bit of a swamp. I'm kind of like, huh? Lots take perks with early retirement PTSD who don't suffer from it. That's true. That's true. There are, but then there are people who legitimately have a lot of PTSD. And the PTSD thing is a weird one too, because there's lots of guys and gals who will, they're just taught to stuff it all in a suitcase. But then one day, you can't really zip that one up anymore. Doesn't work anymore. Our society, though, equally at the same time, has become a bit of a fucking pussy society. I've never quite understood that one, but not saying anything about anybody else, but I do notice that there's a lot of pussies floating around. They're just like, oh, all the time. I'm like, yeah, life can be hard.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode, please.
Dr. Thomas, what is that supposed to mean? Who's Dr. Thomas? Maybe alcohol makes us clearer. Possible. Ask O'Brien. I think they're using that one as a bit of a get out of jail free card too. He broke code of conduct, and he was talking to a lot of fucking powerful people. Like, not powerful people. He was talking to a lot of important people in the story. His cell phone records. A lot of calls going back and forth between Colford, Dorrington, Rehill. PTSD is like lower back pain. I don't know if I know what that is. Outside is outside, and about is outside, and about is about. Oh yeah, I used to go down to Arizona quite a bit. I noticed that got mentioned somewhere along the way. Somewhere else. It's kind of odd. Anyway, just came up out of the blue. Comparisons of populations. So, and I'll tell you, whenever I go down there, they'd pick me out right away. Right away. I'd start talking, and I'm like, they're like, oh, you're from Canada. I'm like, how do you know that I'm from Canada? Oh, the way that you speak. I'm like, I don't do the about or abouts, I don't think, and I don't think I do the A's. And they're like, no. You're fucked. O'Brien's MCC interview is off the MCC website. Oh, was it pulled? Nice. Whole lot of rum CMP. Love to tip the bottle. They don't have the proper stuff in place to take care of them. Like, they put the priorities into all the wrong places. Doesn't matter. Just run over members.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
God bless you, Tara.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Praying for
Ms.
you.
Long, whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Long.
Hi. Good afternoon, commissioners, council, family members, and friends. My name is Tara Long, and I am Aaron Tuck's sister and closest living relative, blood or adopted. To my knowledge, I've tried to find Aaron's birth father, but I have been unsuccessful. I'm here because on April 18th, 2020, my brother Aaron, sister-in-law Jolene, and niece Emily were murdered. And after more than 2 years and millions of dollars spent on this inquiry, I have more questions than answers. Let me be clear, I don't want to be here. None of us want to be here. I'd rather be spending my time in Truro with my family, hearing about Emily's job as a welder. That's what she wanted to do. I want to be looking.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Hutman, and I apologize you didn't have a microphone for that, and we may just get you to repeat it, please.
Commissioners, it's unfortunate that I have to interrupt this presentation, but in our to uphold our obligations to our client and our representation of them, I must object to any connection or any suggestion of a relationship between Jolene Oliver or Emily Tuck and Ms. Long. It will be extremely traumatic and have very negative consequences on that family, our clients.
Thank you, Ms. Hutman. So Ms. Long, I'm going to, as a self-represented litigant, presenter, I apologize, try to give you some guidance. We're here, just bear with me. We're here to hear what your experience has been as a participant. You've put on the record, it's already on the record, why you are a participant. So I would ask you now to start telling us about your experience as a participant and dealing whether it's with the RCMP, whether or not, victim services or not. And of course, we're most interested in hearing any recommendations you have that would help us going forward to make communities safer in the future.
Without the background as to who I am, I can't tell you about my experience.
Well, we have your background, so now
my experience is based on the fact that I was kicked out of my family when they died. And that Emily Tuck was my brother's daughter. That makes her my niece.
Okay, you've put that on the record. So what I'm trying to do is help you get to the next step, and I presume you have notes there.
Oh, I have notes.
That deal with your is based upon.
Okay, so I'm just.
Excuse me, just 1 second. Based upon materials that are before the commission to assist us in coming up with appropriate recommendations. Okay, please.
I hope that you people can live with yourselves.
And Ms. Long, just to help you, commentary like that is not helpful. Please. So just.
On Sunday morning, I woke up and I got a phone call from a mutual friend asking if I had heard from my brother, Aaron. I started calling and messaging Aaron on Facebook and I got no response. I don't have Twitter. I cannot describe the terror that went through me while I waited to hear back about what happened to my family. I called the RCMP to do a wellness check. I got a phone call from Corporal Rodney Peterson, who told me he had heard there was an evacuation center and he was going to find out if my family was there. Cobequid Court had been known in the command center since 2:50 a.m. The CIC boards for evacuation listed Cobequid Court. However, they never evacuated it. See foundational document, RCMP Command Post, Operational Communications Center and Command Decisions, COM 0057771.291. At the command post, boards were put up that listed addresses for possible evacuation on Portapique Beach Road, Orchard Beach Drive, Portapique Crescent, Cobequid Court, Bayview Court, Ferris Lane, and Coast Lane. Why is it, if there was no gunfire going on and other people could be evacuated, i.e. the Griffins, why would you leave Bayshore Road and Cobequid Court until the next afternoon, approximately 14 hours later? If you believe the gunman was deceased and there's a period of inactivity, why are you sending members home at 6:30 instead of evacuating residences? I heard on Sunday night there was a confirmation of dead bodies at my brother's house. So I called the RCMP and I was told that 3 bodies had been found, but they could not confirm who they were. To this day, I have not gotten a confirmation of dead bodies of who was at that house. After having gotten nowhere with the RCMP, I called the medical examiner's office and I was told that since they were on their way to her office, she assumed that they were dead. I remember asking Skipper Bent at one point, it might have been Monday. He asked for a photo of Aaron and he gave me the email address to send it to. In my state of mind, I typed in the wrong email address and the photo never made it to him. After that, he told people that I didn't send the photo and I was kept out of any communications that had to do with my family and treated like an outsider. He later testified that I set up the house cleaning for the murder scene of my family, but I was never even considered a family member, so I didn't have that kind of authority. Immediately, things didn't add up to me, and as time went by, they made less sense. The timeline of when events started is hard to pin down. Jamie Blair called 911 at 10:01 p.m., and we are told that the perpetrator left Portapique area at 10:48. During this 47-minute period, we are told that a single individual went to 7 locations and murdered 12 people and burned down 4 buildings. That gives 6.7 minutes per location, including travel time. Were the buildings set on fire before this person went to the Blair house? Ms. Banfield says that she was on a FaceTime call with friends, and the conversation that took place was the catalyst for the following events. However, there was no record found for this call that I have been made aware of, even though the FBI has searched. I've asked what time this call took place and am still waiting for an answer. This call would have been made using an app, so the time it took place should be easy to find. How did the RCMP rule out multiple shooters? According to Constable Dorrington in his MCC interview, he, quote, said, "We still have no clarity as to the number of shooters that are involved." What were the RCMP doing between that time and when the shooting started again the next morning? Why are there so many accounts of gunshots until much later that night? Why was my family not found until Sunday afternoon? In Constable Dorrington's notes, he has a note about a wellness check called in from Cheryl Blakey at 11:10 a.m. GPS shows Constable Dorrington stopped in front of the Bond residence for 30 seconds at 10:26 and my brother's house at 10:27 for another 30 seconds. COM 0058252. He was tasked by Sergeant O'Brien to search for bodies. How did Dorrington not see the bodies of my brother and Mr. Bond in the front doorway of these residences? Skipper Bent sent a text message to Aaron's phone at 1:15 p.m. on Sunday afternoon to see if they were all right, rather than going to check when Cobequid had been under an evacuation order for nearly 11 hours. Corporal Rodney Peterson says in his affidavit that he spoke to Rodney McDonald and Trent Lafferty on Sunday, and that the perpetrator had a sniper rifle and a .50 caliber rifle, neither of which seem to have been recovered. Where did this information come from? Where are these weapons? The East Hants radio logs show that Staff Sergeant Halliday says the perpetrator was a highly trained sharpshooter. Where did that information come from? Were there any inquiries by the MCC into these mentions of these sniper rifles or this perpetrator being highly trained? Aaron was found in the doorway of his home. In order to do the rest of what this person did, he would have had to walk over Aaron to get into the house to the other victims. There was no DNA from any of them found on him from Aaron. According to Aaron's autopsy, the first 2 shots didn't kill him. He would have been fighting the perpetrator for his life and to protect those girls. Were Aaron's hands bagged and checked for DNA? Aaron rarely smiled in photos because his teeth were in poor condition. Just prior to his death, Aaron had his teeth fixed, and you can see that in some of his more recent photos because he was smiling. But his autopsy says that his teeth were natural and in good condition. Greg Pinio and Ashley Wood were the paramedics who drove Ms. Banfield to the Colchester Hospital from the Great Village Fire Hall, but neither of them have given any statements or interviews. Why? There are over 400 pages of emails referred to in the foundational document between Ms. Banfield and the perpetrator. Why has only a small portion of these been released? Of those that have been released, they raise more questions than answers. In her affidavit, under threat of perjury and potential jail time, Constable Vicky Colford swore that she does not recall having a conversation with Katie McDonald about the Blueberry Field Road. Additionally, she swore the first time she recalls seeing a map with the Blueberry Field Road on it was days later at an RCMP conference. So how is her recollection so different from the radio transcripts? And has this been inquired into more by the Mass Casualty Commission? The photo that Nick Dorrington and Gabriel had of the perpetrator's license from when he pulled him over was being sent out to members upon request. Why wasn't it sent out to everybody immediately? Why did Dorrington not send this to the command center? In COM 003892, Staff Sergeant Vickers, who to my understanding was at the time the head of the MCU, has 3 separate entries into his notebook for Cobequid Court. At 4:48 on the 19th, he has an entry for 1, 46 Cobequid Court with 2 deceased males at the entry. 2, 41 Cobequid Court for a deceased male and 1 female, and a separate entry for 45 Cobequid Court with 3 more bodies. There is no RCMP or MCC interview with him and no member report for him. What does he mean that there are 3 more bodies at 45 Cobequid Court? Has the MCC followed up on this? This is further validated in Chief Superintendent Janice Gray's notes. She attached Crops Officer Chief Superintendent Leather, COM 0051382. She has an entry on page 6 of her notes for 41 Cobequid Court with 2 victims, a female and a male. 46 Cobequid Court with 1 male, and subsequently at 6:40, 2 hours after the bodies were discovered, on page 7 of her notes, she has another entry for 45 Cobequid Court with possibly another 3 bodies. Underneath this entry, it appears she has a subsection listing 3 RCMP regimental numbers, which are 56169, which is Chad Morrison, 45161, which is Heidi Stevenson, and 44900, which is Inspector Daniel Ulmer. Why has she written this in her notebook? And has this been followed up on by the MCC? Why has Janice Gray not given testimony in front of the MCC? This leads me to the issues management team and H Strong 2. COM 0018505, the forensic report on page 7, crime scene report, states, Forensic Identification Services investigator Sergeant McKenna gains entry to the secured property at 45 Cobequid Court. The previous day, he had gone to 41 and 46 Cobequid Court. 45 sits in between these residences. Why does Sergeant McKenna return to 45 Cobequid Court when it isn't a crime scene? According to Janice Gray, COM 0059587 on page 5, the interview with the MCC, John Robin was the liaison for H Strong and IMT after Gray. On page 66, Janice Gray says that John Robin was the head of the IMT and that his role in the inquiry was being responsible for preparing documents and reports that would be given to the MCC. He also decides what to share with them, in addition to reporting back to the CNIP in Ottawa and Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan, CNIP at the RCMP. Mike Butcher was an RCMP disclosure analyst, and John Robin, who was head of H Strong IMT, as well as overseeing disclosure to the RCMP, internal Hoyt investigation, the external ESDC labor investigation, and to the MCC. In Tim Mills' MCC testimony, he says, referring to the appointment of these 2 husbands of the Nova Scotia senior officers, that's not incompetence, putting them on the issues management team. You can't be that stupid. That's cover up. That's corruption. There's no 2 ways about it. This, in addition to his MCC statement, quote, that's not even stupid, that's just corrupt. And I'm not talking money corruption, I'm talking power corruption. I've seen it. 2 sets of standards, you know. We'll investigate the general duty members or, you know, the rank and file. You're not touching an officer, commissioned officer. We're protected. What exactly was H Strong 2 IMT and what was their purpose? And most importantly, did their roles of disclosure liaison hinder or interfere with the MCC's mandate? Justice Cromwell has written many letters regarding the DOJ not being forthcoming with documents. How much more information are they not sharing with us? Why is the DOJ hiding so much from the families and the Canadian public? On March 17th, 2021, the MCC and the DOJ entered into a clawback agreement. What are the details of this agreement? Why aren't they public? How does this impact the MCC and their work? And does this seem like transparency? Chief Superintendent Leather says that the DOJ told him to be reactive instead of proactive when talking about certain information. Is this standard practice? How many other witnesses were told this? How much information are we not being given because of this? There is no doubt that Heidi Stevenson was a hero, a real hero, and the kind of person who should be an RCMP officer. There is no question about that. But the RCMP had a parade for her on Monday, April the 20th, when my family was still laying dead in their house. Does that seem inappropriate to anybody else? Before this happened, I loved the RCMP. I took my daughter to see them when I saw them there, and I told her they were the real superheroes. If you need help, that's where you go. You find a cop, RCMP specifically. And now we're terrified of them. I see them, I cry. My daughter thinks they're going to kill her. I didn't teach her this. I struggle with the brain injury, which was in my previous thing, but I wasn't allowed to talk about it. So that's why I struggle with reading all the documents that are available, and I've read very few of them. I have been blessed with a very dear friend and a group of people who've been here with me since the beginning. They spend countless hours every single day reading and comparing documents and using their little gray cells to help me understand what's going on. And some people have called us conspiracy theories, but if there weren't so many gaping holes, inconsistencies, and conflict of interest in this story, we wouldn't have to speculate about what really happened. Constable Wiley rightly pointed out the other day that the transcripts are so disjointed and barely comprehensible that he hardly recognized his own statement. And statements from many important witnesses are not available at all. After more than 2 years and millions of dollars, there are still so many holes in this story and countless unanswered questions. How can any of us be expected to make recommendations when we don't even know what happened? More importantly, how can the family begin to grieve when we don't know what happened to our loved ones? There's so much information hidden behind black ink and red tape that the job cannot be done. As far as I can tell, the commission has failed in its mission to find out what happened. Where is all the dash cam video and audio footage? Why hasn't all the GPS data been disclosed? During the MCC, we have been told that unmarked RCMP cars don't have a GPS. But if this is so, why does Sergeant Bernard's unmarked baby blue Taurus have a GPS? Where is Brown and Melanson's GPS? Why hasn't every single phone, personal and or professional, been run through Celebrate, and this information being disclosed, whether they be RCMP member, witnesses, or victims? If an independent commission exists, like a royal commission, where there appears to be less government interference, that's what we need. And if the behavior of the RCMP during this ordeal is what we can expect if we face another crisis like this, we should think about replacing them with local police. Chief McNeil is the kind of guy we can put our trust in. He's accountable and he's very connected to the community. The model he follows would serve Nova Scotia much better than what we have with the RCMP. Chief McNeil was able to implement all the recommendations in his Truro Police Department that the RCMP didn't. Recommendations are not going to be enough here. We have history of recommendations being made and nobody even reading them, never mind implementing them and using them on the job. So these should be mandates. They should not be recommendation. This stuff should be mandated if you want to work for the RCMP. Within days of this tragedy, the government tried to use this horrific crime to help push the gun ban that they had wanted for years. This perpetrator had no legally obtained guns. Criminals, by definition, don't care about the law, so a gun ban is only going to make law-abiding citizens more vulnerable to violent criminals. There are numerous lessons that have come from this loss of life, and one of them is that the police don't always show up when you need them, especially in rural areas. So we must be able to protect ourselves. If Aaron had a gun that night, this tragedy might have stopped at his house, and all these other people, I wouldn't know them. And you people are amazing, but I'd rather that I didn't have to know you because of this. Let's remember why we're here. 23 people were murdered and their families want to know what happened. Since the beginning, the families have asked for all 23 victims to be recognized by the government, and they, the media, and the MCC all insist on saying 22. I bet that Kristen and Nick Beaton think their baby counts as a person. In my opinion, the MCC has been derailed by various special interest groups, and though they have very valid concerns, I struggle to see the remotest connection to the events that took the lives of our loved ones. We have all patiently waited and listened to see when and how this process was going to provide us with answers, and we are still waiting. Time has run out. Thank you. God bless 23.
Thank you, Ms. Lund.
So thank you, participants and your council for your submissions. We'll, of course, consider them carefully, as we always do. Tomorrow, we'll continue to hear submissions from participants, and we do welcome and encourage submissions from members of the public with your ideas for change. On our website, we invite everyone to submit recommendations you'd like us to consider. There's more information online, including a discussion guide to help have conversations with your networks and to share your suggestions for change by introducing issues analyzed by the Commission and asking questions to help you think about potential recommendations. We're accepting your suggestions for change until the end of the month. So thanks, everyone, and we'll see you here tomorrow.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow, September the 21st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Did you see their faces? The shit in their pants. Gotta get out of there fast. I'm way behind on comments here. Help. She did so well. She did so well. Even if they tried to fuck her up. And I'm not going to weigh in on that stuff about, because that's the Oliver's choice. That's their choice. It's not, she did a great job speaking on behalf of Aaron. Guess I feel kind of too bad. Didn't want to attach to that, but wow, you guys are. I don't know how many comments I got on here. I still gotta go. Excuse me. Still waiting. And there's so much more yet to come. But you would only have so much time, right? Wow. You guys are just. She said everything. Yep. Make sure. No, there was the lawyers got clapped as well. Didn't they? She did so well. You know, I can tell you how, well, she should. This was really hard. Yep. She's very thankful to a lot of people, as am I. And those of you who don't say anything in the background, you know who you are. We all owe you so many things. We've got a good family. We built a good family. And she's right. It never should have been this way. But listen, we have, it's tragedy that's brought everything together. Everything is so divine. The reason that she's up there, even there's a story to that. It's just, it's so beyond comprehension. Yes, she's you hate what word? That'll be a huge weight off. Still got a big load, but it will help. Prayers and thoughts and all the work that you guys have done. Yeah. He wouldn't say. They will not say. They will not say anywhere. And I mean, that's been really tough, but she's weathered it. How many could have? I don't know. Have your family not acknowledged? I don't know. I'll be right back. Sorry, just need a minute there. Thank you so much, all of you, for everything and the well wishes. And we'll share her message because her message has weight. She has weight. She's got power, strength. All the families do. Her story is special, though. I don't know. It's all so divine. She could do it. Wow. Good for her. I don't know. I've been wondering if they're going to say anything. She came with evidence. She asked important questions. Very important questions. The promotional system, the corruption, the IMT, H-strong 2, inconsistencies, why families were waiting. Did she now? Oh, oh, finally. I thought it was CTV that acknowledged her, and it was Saltwire. Paywall, but let's see. I'm sorry, Can you send me a link to Heidi's stuff or a message? I'm not following any of the media really because frankly they've just upset me throughout this whole ordeal. I don't even follow the Mass Casualty Commission. It's just us, right? It's nothing. No, we're a team. We're a family. That's what we do. think she'll be heard. I'm praying. Yeah. Wow. They got a lot covered in that time. Yes, thank you. Background. Okay, thank you. Thank you, JJ and Nikki. All right. Let's see. Let's get a record of this before it goes poof. If it goes poof. I don't think they're going to want to poof her anymore. The further you bury her, the harder she's going to fight. The harder we'll fight. It's time to back off. MCC is back and Tara Long is going to make her submission. She is Aaron Tuck's sister. Long, let me be clear. I don't want to be here. None of us want to be here. Go give these a like. Come on, get them promoted. Lawyer Linda Huffman interjected. She says that she has to object to any relationship with of Long, Tammy, Tuck, and Jolene Oliver. Says it would be too traumatic for her clients. I'm going to respect. I try to respect everybody's point of view on this. Long has been cautioned by McDonald to steer clear of relation to family. Long says that she was kicked out of her family when her members passed away. Kicked out of the family. Huffman is the family that represents members of Aaron Tuck, Jolene, and Emily. It's I'm wearing a very special shirt today to honor them all. This was a gift, and I very much appreciate it. Because it's all of them that brought me to the table. Which then got all of us connected, I guess, in a way. Not me, but just saying the whatever. I don't know how I say that. So I'll stay away from it. Long is now speaking the timeline of the events. Why was my family not found until Sunday afternoon? Long going through a list of questions that she wants the MCC to delve into, including why more emails between the perpetrator and common law spouse weren't released, whether Aaron Tuck's hands were tested for the perpetrator's DNA in case of struggle. Well, we all know that he was a bit of a ass kicker. Somebody was wounded. Wouldn't it behoove them to test him? Should be noted that Long does not have legal representation here, which is why she's making the submissions on her own. Before this happened, I loved the RCMP. Now I'm afraid of them. long after more than 2 years, millions of dollars. There are still so many holes in this story. How can a family grieve if we don't have all the information about what happened to our loved ones? I hope she gets into the big stuff too. As far as I can tell, the commission has failed. Recommendations aren't enough here. There should be mandates. Fucking goddamn right. Time has run out. God bless the 23. Commission Stanton is wrapping up for the day. Ooh. Didn't touch any of the big stuff. Really now? Really? No IMT. No mills. See? They don't want it getting out. I mean, I'm glad. Don't get me wrong. I'm very glad. But they don't want to talk about the big issues. They want to stay away from it. There is no line. If you don't do it, then you know where they sit of the line, on which side. It doesn't matter. The system doesn't change until you stand up and you're willing to take the blows. Who's more strong, Heidi or Tara? Tara's been taking blows the whole time. She's just running away because she's not posting it. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the fact that you'll mention her name. I appreciate the fact that you'll raise a couple of issues. But Tara raised some really big ones, like huge, that will reverberate all over Ottawa right now. They are. Where are those? You could post every thing that let's see what's on here. There's Lori Scott. Oops, shit, I closed that. I had to run off, Tim. I had to run off the mighty wind announcement, but I am back now in my office listening to proceedings. Aaron Tuck's sister is addressing the commissioner. She's not a regular person. She is strong and she brave. Tim. I'm wondering where these people were earlier. I appreciate it. She's entitled to her anger, her political views. I don't think she talked about politics. You want to talk about her politics? That's goddamn right. That's what he says. That's all he says. I mean, you can't not say that. because you look like a fool. But he's going to talk about her political opinions. Oh, he's okay posting all kinds of, well, it's got some other things, sorry. But he's not questioning their political views. I'm not sure where political views even come into this. Maybe it should be something about a feather. I don't know. There was nothing about political views. That's absurd. Absurd. What is this? Just down the memory hole? Nobody saying anything? I guess not. Okay. Well, I believe there's politicians who have spoken about the interference. Oh, I see. Okay, so interesting. Chat has been bunged out for some people. Okay, good. Usually lots of news articles by now. Maybe there's briefings. Well, you guys have been really strong too, you know. Long time in your province, those of you who are living in Nova Scotia and our country, frankly, but especially Nova Scotia has just been through such a horrendous series of events, just terrible. And yet you guys have stayed strong. You stayed true, looking for truth. You guys really do deserve a huge applause. Give yourself a pat on the back. You know, it's not over. Anything but over. But today was a good day. back and rewatch it. A lot of people really would have had real difficulties with what happened at the beginning, but she stayed strong.
Welcome back.
I don't know, I do this again. Something. Is that it? There we go. Something. I'll get the echo because of my awesome tech skills. Oh,
Proceedings are again in session.
God bless you, Tara.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Praying for
Ms.
you.
Long, whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Long.
Hi. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Council, family members, and friends. My name is Tara Long, and I am Aaron Tuck's sister and closest living relative, blood or adopted. To my knowledge, I've tried to find Aaron's birth father, but I have been unsuccessful. I'm here because on April 18th, 2020, my brother Aaron, sister-in-law Jolene, and niece Emily were murdered. And after more than 2 years and millions of dollars spent on this inquiry, I have more questions than answers. Let me be clear, I don't want to be here. None of us want to be here. I'd rather be spending my time in Truro with my family, hearing about Emily's job as a welder. That's what she wanted to do. I want to be looking.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Hutman, and I apologize you didn't have a microphone for that, and we may just get you to repeat it, please.
Commissioners, it's unfortunate that I have to interrupt this presentation, but in our to uphold our obligations to our client and our representation of them, I must object to any connection or any suggestion of a relationship between Jolene Oliver or Emily Tuck and Ms. Long. It will be extremely traumatic and have very negative consequences on that family, our clients.
Thank you, Ms. Hutman. So, Ms. Long, I'm going to, as a self-represented litigant, presenter, I apologize, try to give you some guidance. We're here, just bear with me. We're here to hear what your experience has been as a participant. You've put on the record, it's already on the record, why you are a participant. So I would ask you now to start telling us.
He just can't say it. He just can't say it. He won't say it. They will not. They will not say it. That she is related even to Aaron. They will not say it. They won't. I'm not even wading into that one. I'm talking about Aaron. They won't say it. On paper, nada.
About your experience as a participant in dealing whether it's with the RCMP, whether or not, victim services or not. And of course, we're most interested in hearing any recommendations you have that would help us going forward to make communities safer in the future.
Without the background as to who I am, I can't tell you about my experience.
Well, we have your background, so now
my experience is based on the fact that I was kicked out of my family when they died. And that Emily Tuck was my brother's daughter. That makes her my niece.
Okay, you've put that on the record. So what I'm trying to do is help you get to the next step, and I presume you have notes there.
Oh, I have notes.
That deal with your is based upon.
Okay, so I'm just.
Excuse me, just 1 second. Based upon materials that are before the commission to assist us in coming up with appropriate recommendations. Okay, please.
I hope that you people can live with yourselves.
And Ms. Long, just to help you, commentary like that is not helpful. Please. So just.
On Sunday morning, I woke up and I got a phone call from a mutual friend asking if I had heard from my brother, Aaron. I started calling and messaging Aaron on Facebook and I got no response. I don't have Twitter. I cannot describe the terror that went through me while I waited to hear back about what happened to my family. I called the RCMP to do a wellness check. I got a phone call from Corporal Rodney Peterson, who told me he had heard there was an evacuation center and he was going to find out if my family was there. Cobequid Court had been known in the command center since 2:50 a.m. The CIC boards for evacuation listed Cobequid Court. However, they never evacuated it. See foundational document, RCMP Command Post, Operational Communications Center and Command Decisions, COM 0057771.291. At the command post, boards were put up that listed addresses for possible evacuation on Portapique Beach Road, Orchard Beach Drive, Portapique Crescent, Cobequid Court, Bayview Court, Ferris Lane, and Coast Lane. Why is it, if there was no gunfire going on and other people could be evacuated, i.e. the Griffins, why would you leave Bayshore Road and Cobequid Court until the next afternoon, approximately 14 hours later? If you believe the gunman was deceased and there's a period of inactivity, why are you sending members home at 6:30 instead of evacuating residences? I heard on Sunday night there was a confirmation of dead bodies at my brother's house. So I called the RCMP and I was told that 3 bodies had been found, but they could not confirm who they were. To this day, I have not gotten a confirmation of dead bodies of who was at that house. After having gotten nowhere with the RCMP, I called the medical examiner's office and I was told that since they were on their way to her office, she assumed that they were dead. I remember asking Skipper Bent at one point, it might have been Monday. He asked for a photo of Aaron and he gave me the email address to send it to. In my state of mind, I typed in the wrong email address and the photo never made it to him. After that, he told people that I didn't send the photo, and I was kept out of any communications that had to do with my family and treated like an outsider. He later testified that I set up the house cleaning for the murder scene of my family, but I was never even considered a family member, so I didn't have that kind of authority. Immediately, things didn't add up to me, and as time went by, they made less sense. The timeline of when events started is hard to pin down. Jamie Blair called 911 at 10:01 p.m., and we are told that the perpetrator left Portapique area at 10:48. During this 47-minute period, we are told that a single individual went to 7 locations and murdered 12 people and burned down 4 buildings. That gives 6.7 minutes per location, including travel time. Were the buildings set on fire before this person went to the Blair house? Ms. Banfield says that she was on a FaceTime call with friends, and the conversation that took place was the catalyst for the following events. However, there was no record found for this call that I have been made aware of, even though the FBI has searched. I've asked what time this call took place, and I'm still waiting for an answer. This call would have been made using an app, so the time it took place should be easy to find. How did the RCMP rule out multiple shooters? According to Constable Dorrington in his MCC interview, he, quote, said, "We still have no clarity as to the number of shooters that are involved." What were the RCMP doing between that time and when the shooting started again the next morning? Why are there so many accounts of gunshots until much later that night? Why was my family not found until Sunday afternoon? In Constable Dorrington's notes, he has a note about a wellness check called in from Cheryl Blakey at 11:10 a.m. GPS shows Constable Dorrington stopped in front of the Bond residence for 30 seconds at 10:26, and my brother's house at 10:27 for another 30 seconds. COM 0058252. He was tasked by Sergeant O'Brien to search for bodies. How did Dorrington not see the bodies of my brother and Mr. Bond in the front doorway of these residences? Skipper Bent sent a text message to Aaron's phone at 1:15 p.m. on Sunday afternoon to see if they were all right, rather than going to check when Cobequid had been under an evacuation order for nearly 11 hours. Corporal Rodney Peterson says in his affidavit that he spoke to Rodney McDonald and Trent Lafferty on Sunday, and that the perpetrator had a sniper rifle and a .50 caliber rifle, neither of which seem to have been recovered. Where did this information come from? Where are these weapons? The East Hants radio logs show that Staff Sergeant Halliday says the perpetrator was a highly trained sharpshooter. Where did that information come from? Were there any inquiries by the MCC into these mentions of these sniper rifles or this perpetrator being highly trained? Aaron was found in the doorway of his home. In order to do the rest of what this person did, he would have had to walk over Aaron to get into the house to the other victims. There was no DNA from any of them found on him from Aaron. According to Aaron's autopsy, the first 2 shots didn't kill him. He would have been fighting the perpetrator for his life and to protect those girls. Were Aaron's hands bagged and checked for DNA? Aaron rarely smiled in photos because his teeth were in poor condition. Just prior to his death, Aaron had his teeth fixed, and you can see that in some of his more recent photos because he was smiling. But his autopsy says that his teeth were natural and in good condition. Greg Pinio and Ashley Wood were the paramedics who drove Ms. Banfield to the Colchester Hospital from the Great Village Fire Hall, but neither of them have given any statements or interviews. Why? There are over 400 pages of emails referred to in the foundational document between Ms. Banfield and the perpetrator. Why has only a small portion of these been released? Of those that have been released, they raise more questions than answers. In her affidavit, under threat of perjury and potential jail time, Constable Vicky Colford swore that she does not recall having a conversation with Katie McDonald about the Blueberry Field Road. Additionally, she swore the first time she recalls seeing a map with the Blueberry Field Road on it was days later at an RCMP conference. So how is her recollection so different from the radio transcripts? And has this been inquired into more by the Mass Casualty Commission? The photo that Nick Dorrington and Gabriel had of the perpetrator's license from when he pulled him over was being sent out to members upon request. Why wasn't it sent out to everybody immediately? Why did Dorrington not send this to the command center? In COM 0038-932, Staff Sergeant Vickers, who to my understanding was at the time the head of the MCU, has 3 separate entries into his notebook for Cobequid Court. At 4:48 on the 19th, he has an entry for 1, 46 Cobequid Court with 2 deceased males at the entry. 2, 41 Cobequid Court for a deceased male and 1 female, and a separate entry for 45 Cobequid Court with 3 more bodies. There is no RCMP or MCC interview with him and no member report for him. What does he mean that there are 3 more bodies at 45 Cobequid Court? Has the MCC followed up on this? This is further validated in Chief Superintendent Janice Gray's notes. She attached Crops Officer Chief Superintendent Leather, COM 005-1382. She has an entry on page 6 of her notes for 41 Cobequid Court with 2 victims, a female and a male, 46 Cobequid Court with 1 male, and subsequently at 6:40, 2 hours after the bodies were discovered, on page 7 of her notes, she has another entry for 45 Cobequid Court with possibly another 3 bodies. Underneath this entry, it appears she has a subsection listing 3 RCMP regimental numbers, which are 56169, which is Chad Morrison, 45161, which is Heidi Stevenson, and 44900, which is Inspector Daniel Ulmer. Why has she written this in her notebook? And has this been followed up on by the MCC? Why has Janice Gray not given testimony in front of the MCC? This leads me to the issues management team and H Strong 2. COM 0018505, the forensic report on page 7, crime scene report, states, Forensic Identification Services investigator Sergeant McKenna gains entry to the secured property at 45 Cobequid Court. The previous day, he had gone to 41 and 46 Cobequid Court. 45 sits in between these residences. Why does Sergeant McKenna return to 45 Cobequid Court when it isn't a crime scene? According to Janice Gray, COM 0059587 on page 5, the interview with the MCC, John Robin was the liaison for H. Strong and IMT after Gray. On page 66, Janice Gray says that John Robin was the head of the IMT and that his role in the inquiry was being responsible for preparing documents and reports that would be given to the MCC. He also decides what to share with them, in addition to reporting back to the CNIP in Ottawa and Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan, CNIP at the RCMP. Mike Butcher was an RCMP disclosure analyst, and John Robin, who was head of H. Strong IMT, as well as overseeing disclosure to the RCMP, internal Hoyt investigation, the external ESDC labor investigation, and to the MCC. In Tim Mills' MCC testimony, he says, referring to the appointment of these two husbands of the Nova Scotia senior officers, that's not incompetence, quote, sorry, putting them on the issues management team. You can't be that stupid. That's cover up. That's corruption. There's no two ways about it. This, in addition to his MCC statement, quote, that's not even stupid, that's just corrupt. And I'm not talking money corruption, I'm talking power corruption. I've seen it. Two sets of standards, you know. We'll investigate the general duty members or, you know, the rank and file. You're not touching an officer, commissioned officer. We're protected. What exactly was H. Strong 2 IMT and what was their purpose? And most importantly, did their roles of disclosure liaison hinder or interfere with the MCC's mandate? Justice Cromwell has written many letters regarding the DOJ not being forthcoming with documents. How much more information are they not sharing with us? Why is the DOJ hiding so much from the families and the Canadian public? On March 17th, 2021, the MCC and the DOJ entered into a clawback agreement. What are the details of this agreement? Why aren't they public? How does this impact the MCC and their work? And does this seem like transparency? Chief Superintendent Leather says that the DOJ told him to be reactive instead of proactive when talking about certain information. Is this standard practice? How many other witnesses were told this? How much information are we not being given because of this? There is no doubt that Heidi Stevenson was a hero, a real hero, and the kind of person who should be an RCMP officer. There is no question about that. But the RCMP had a parade for her on Monday, April the 20th, when my family was still laying dead in their house. Does that seem inappropriate to anybody else? Before this happened, I loved the RCMP. I took my daughter to see them when I saw them there, and I told her they were the real superheroes. If you need help, that's where you go. You find a cop, RCMP specifically. And now we're terrified of them. I see them, I cry. My daughter thinks they're going to kill her. I didn't teach her this. I struggle with the brain injury, which was in my previous thing, but I wasn't allowed to talk about it. So that's why I struggle with reading all the documents that are available, and I've read very few of them. I have been blessed with a very dear friend and a group of people who've been here with me since the beginning. They spend countless hours every single day reading and comparing documents and using their little gray cells to help me understand what's going on. And some people have called us conspiracy theories, but if there weren't so many gaping holes, inconsistencies, and conflict of interest in this story, we wouldn't have to speculate about what really happened. Constable Wiley rightly pointed out the other day that the transcripts are so disjointed and barely comprehensible that he hardly recognized his own statement. And statements from many important witnesses are not available at all. After more than 2 years and millions of dollars, there are still so many holes in this story and countless unanswered questions. How can any of us be expected to make recommendations when we don't even know what happened? More importantly, how can the family begin to grieve when we don't know what happened to our loved ones? There's so much information hidden behind black ink and red tape that the job cannot be done. As far as I can tell, the commission has failed in its mission to find out what happened. Where is all the dash cam video and audio footage? Why hasn't all the GPS data been disclosed? During the MCC, we have been told that unmarked RCMP cars don't have a GPS. But if this is so, why does Sergeant Bernard's unmarked baby blue Taurus have a GPS? Where is Brown and Melanson's GPS? Why hasn't every single phone, personal and or professional, been run through Celebrate and this information being disclosed, whether they be RCMP member, witnesses, or victims? If an independent commission exists, like a royal commission, where there appears to be less government interference, that's what we need. And if the behavior of the RCMP during this ordeal is what we can expect if we face another crisis like this, we should think about replacing them with local police. Chief McNeil is the kind of guy we can put our trust in. He's accountable and he's very connected to the community. The model he follows would serve Nova Scotia much better than what we have with the RCMP. Chief McNeil was able to implement all the recommendations in his Truro Police Department that the RCMP didn't. Recommendations are not going to be enough here. We have history of recommendations being made and nobody even reading them, never mind implementing them and using them on the job. So these should be mandates. They should not be recommendations. This stuff should be mandated if you want to work for the RCMP. Within days of this tragedy, the government tried to use this horrific crime to help push the gun ban that they had wanted for years. This perpetrator had no legally obtained guns. Criminals, by definition, don't care about the law, so a gun ban is only going to make law-abiding citizens more vulnerable to violent criminals. There are numerous lessons that have come from this loss of life, and one of them is that the police don't always show up when you need them, especially in rural areas. So we must be able to protect ourselves. If Aaron had a gun that night, this tragedy might have stopped at his house, and all these other people, I wouldn't know them. And you people are amazing, but I'd rather that I didn't have to know you because of this. Let's remember why we're here. 23 people were murdered and their families want to know what happened. Since the beginning, the families have asked for all 23 victims to be recognized by the government, and they, the media, and the MCC all insist on saying 22. I bet that Kristen and Nick Beaton think their baby counts as a person. In my opinion, the MCC has been derailed by various special interest groups, and though they have very valid concerns, I struggle to see the remotest connection to the events that took the lives of our loved ones. We have all patiently waited and listened to see when and how this process was going to provide us with answers. And we are still waiting. Time has run out. Thank you. God bless 23.
Thank you, Ms. Lund.
So thank you, participants, and your council for your submissions. We'll, of course, consider them carefully, as we always do. Tomorrow, we'll continue to hear submissions from participants, and we do welcome and encourage submissions from members of the public with your ideas for change. On our website, we invite everyone to submit recommendations you'd like us to consider. There's more information online, including a discussion guide to help have conversations with your networks and to share your suggestions for change by introducing issues analyzed by the Commission and asking questions to help you think about potential recommendations. We're accepting your suggestions for change until the end of the month. So thanks, everyone, and we'll see you here tomorrow.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow, September the 21st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
So Tara's good. She was upset, obviously, very upset about what happened there at the beginning. But she held it together very well. You know, people make their decisions. That's fine. Everybody's entitled to their decisions. You've got to live with them. I just consider myself very lucky to be your friend and make new friends along the way. And I'm not picking. Anyway. We'll see what happens. Tonight, I'm very curious. What time is it now? 3 o'clock down there. It's very bright and sunny. It's been cool. God shines. Aaron shine. They don't want me to use. I'm presuming that's probably equally applicable. Then fine. But birds. Can you hear the birds? That's a good sign. You did. Thank you ever so much to all of you for all of your help and your support. Anyway, I will we'll be back again tomorrow. Please, share. I'll try and get something cut. I'm glad. Thank you for those of you who are there with her, supporting her. I remember she said a couple of days ago there was time for me to get down there with my girlfriend. I'm like, I'm there. I'm there with you. Don't worry. I'm always there with you. I'm not seeing an upload yet. No upload. I don't know how long it generally takes. Maybe oh dear knows. Tomorrow we have why is it doing this? I've got the wrong thing hooked up here. Okay, there we go. Tomorrow we have I'm just trying to remember who does what. I believe that two of the family's lawyers are speaking, maybe a third, and also followed by Lisa's lawyer, followed by Women's Shelters Transitional House Association of Nova Scotia and Be the Peace Institute. Weren't they heavily involved? Oh yes, in the coincidentally timed march. When the families had a calling for something down in Hal. No, where was that? And then they decided to have the women's groups, at the same time, down in Halifax. Just so the media could not write about it. Just kind of like to run stuff. Anyway, yes, Charlene been there supporting her. There've been a few in there, so thank you to all of those. I won't. Maybe at some point when she's feeling up to it, we can all talk about it a little bit more. Please do share. I will try and get something clipped and put out. Appreciate it. I'm seeing people are sharing. Thank you on the tweeters. I do my business over there. I stay away from the Facebook. Yeah. That was just miraculous coincidence. No, remarkable coincidence. The narrative. War room. Who dreamt that up? We may find out one day. Hello. How are you? Come here. Oh, yes. You want to come up here? Oh, come here. Oh, look at that. She doesn't often hop on my lap. Oh, she's very excited. Hello. Yes. We can take a little breather. Maybe go for a walk. It's nice outside. Mm-hmm. We'll say a little prayer. Excuse me. Nova. Yes. Oh. Divine. You wouldn't have a name like Nova. No. Well, why does Lisa need a lawyer to speak? I thought she was totally innocent. Well, it's not a question of innocence or anything. I'm not saying that. It's just people are represented by lawyers. But do you think if that Tara's message went through a lawyer, do you think it may have come out that way? as all divine. All divine. Okay. God bless you all. God bless the 23. God bless Tara. Watch over her. God bless you and thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.